King of Bohemia and Holy Roman Emperor, had a long and successful reign. The empire he ruled from Prague expanded, and his subjects lived in peace and prosperity. When the emperor died, the whole empire mourned. More than 7,000 people accompanied him on his last procession. The heir to the throne of the flourishing empire was Charles's son, Wenceslas IV, whose father had prepared him for this moment all his life. But Wenceslas did not take after his father. He neglected affairs of state for more frivolous pursuits. He even failed to turn up for his own coronation as emperor, which did little to endear him to the Pope. Wenceslas the Idle did not impress the imperial nobility either. His difficulties mounted until the nobles, exasperated by the inaction of their ruler, turned for help to his half-brother, King Sigismund of Hungary. Sigismund decided on a radical solution. He kidnapped the king to force him to abdicate, then took advantage of the ensuing disorder to gain greater power for himself. He invaded Bohemia with a massive army and began pillaging the territories of the king's allies. It is here that my story begins.
Itu Henry. Cerita dia tua ya. Ini apa? Gue lupa gue sampai mana. Ini grafiknya apa nih? Astaga. Kok kerisat? Panas. Pagi soalnya. Bintangnya buat apa ya? Kita lagi malam ya. Energinya orang nggak begitu baik. Gelap banget.
Well, I...
Apa nih ini?
Someone saw you stealing. This definitely won't come.
Gue bayar dah.
Damn it. Here's your coin then.
Oh iya salah gua.
Just make...
I could do with a bite to eat.
Oh nggak ada. Kira bakal diambil kan udah.
Stop! I need to search you. Get going.
Kenapa lagi pak?
Why?
Orders of his lordship.
I'm here on important business.
No except
If you insist.
all's well. Only
Emang gua bawa
bandits
apaan
creep
ini?
around in the dark without a light. Where's your tool?
Oke. Kadang-kadang jadi bandit sih.
Could that be the smith's son, Hal?
On my soul. It is him. What are you doing here, lad? We thought you were done for.
I must speak with Sir Radzik. Is he here?
He's in the palace with Sir Hanush of Ratai. They're feasting in the Knight's Hall. What do you want with him?
My father made him a sword. He asked me to deliver it to Sir Radzik.
I don't see any sword.
No. Bandits attacked me and stole it. I need to tell his lordship what happened. And then I'm going to find the sword.
Of course you are, Hal. Good luck.
Thanks.
Gak bisa dari sini ya? Oh. Mana ini? Main deh. Kayaknya belum bisa deh. Go to Perkstein Radzik.
Damn.
Your Graces, I have to tell you in all seriousness that this land of ours is in the shit. Deep fucking shit. Don't you agree?
I might not have put it as eloquently as you, Hanush, but I've been driven out of my own castle, so I'm hardly going to disagree.
Indeed. But Pirkstein is yours for as long as you need it. There's room enough for your men and you here at Rattay, and I'm sure my ward won't have any objection to me lending you his castle.
I'd be honoured. Perkstein is at your disposal as long as you wish, Your Grace.
Just as well you have another castle at the other end of town, eh? At any rate, I'm beholden to you, Sir Hans, and to you, Sir Hanush.
I don't like to speak ill of your people, Sir Radzig, but, well, there's no love lost between the townsfolk and the refugees. There's been talk of criminality.
Well, they'll have to get used to it until the situation's resolved.
But when will it be resolved? And what on God's earth is this war even about? I won't lie, sir. I don't understand it.
You aren't alone, Father. I believe Sigismund's original intention was to persuade Wenceslas to accept the imperial crown and to leave the rule of Bohemia to him.
Who could blame him? I know Wenceslas is a friend of yours, Radzig, but even you have to admit he brought it upon himself.
I can't deny the king neglected affairs of state for other pursuits. There is a need for order in the land, but I don't think the lords who sided with Sigismund realized just what Hungarian order looks like.
Hungarian order.
What concerns me, sir, is how a good Christian could resort to such brutality.
To give him his due, I don't think he expected the lords of this country to stand behind the king. But thanks to him, we're tearing ourselves apart, and now he has to get things under control.
But why in God's name does he have to use those barbarians?
Money is the root of all evil, young sir. Wars are costly, and this one has dragged on for a year. Sigismund ran out of coin for knights, so he recruited those whore sons that settled in Hungary. The less he pays, the more they make up for it with plunder.
That's why he attacked us. He was after our silver.
What are you doing? You've no business here. Clear off.
Wait, it's Henry. Henry, who disappeared after I clearly ordered him to remain at Taumberg.
I'm sorry, sir, but I had to bury my parents.
Had to? Do you think you were the only man who lost someone there? But the others listened to their lord.
And it wasn't just your own life you nearly threw away. So Robard and his men risked theirs to save you.
I'm sorry, but I had to.
Oh, there you go. When you have to, Radzig.
Your father was a remarkable man, and your mother, she was remarkable too. They deserved a Christian burial. Did you manage that at least?
No. I was attacked by thieves. I wouldn't be here now if it wasn't for that girl.
Girl?
The miller's daughter, Teresa.
The miller's daughter saved you from the footpads? Well, there's a tale to tell your children.
I owe her my life. She distracted them and then brought me to Rattay. But without Sir Robard, we'd both be dead.
Oh, that's what I call a good woman. Hang on to that one, lad.
Ooh.
Still, it's a great shame your parents are buried in unconsecrated ground. That means purgatory for them.
Be quiet, friar. I didn't invite you here to eat me out of house and home and deliver a sermon while you were doing it.
If you're so concerned, Father, maybe you should save the innocent souls of these fine Christians yourself. Go to Skalitz and consecrate their graves. I assure you, if you're killed by bandits, your soul will soar straight to heaven, as long as someone buries you in consecrated ground first.
If there's anything left to bury, that plump carcass of yours would be quite a feast for the wolves and the crows. And one skeleton looks much like another, so how would we know which were your ordained bones or those of Sigismund's Tartars?
Be that as it may, why have you come here?
I must get your sword back.
Sword? My sword hangs here at my side.
No, the sword my father forged for you. One of those thieves stole it from me.
They almost killed him and he already wants to go back.
Takes after his father, I suppose. Lad, I've lost a castle, a village, silver mines, and a good half of my subjects. Why would I miss one sword?
Because it's the last one my father forged, and I promised him I'd deliver it to you.
I understand. I'd feel the same way. But prudence is the better part of valor, and a dead man keeps no promises.
Aye. The woman had to save his fat from the fire, and now he wants revenge. What kind of fool are you, boy?
He's no fool. Henry, you have courage, but you need training, arms, a horse. Or do you mean to beat this thief at dice?
No, sir. Please, take me into your service and give me the chance to learn these things.
The gall of him. Fled from the enemy, disobeyed your orders, duped Sir Divish, lost your sword, put Sir Robard in danger with his actions, and now he wants a promotion.
Sir Capon's right.
What you say is certainly true, except for fleeing the enemy. You would have run as well, believe me. Henry's earned some punishment, but How do you punish someone who's already lost everything?
Ooh.
Courage and blind obedience are good qualities for a soldier, but a wise man also appreciates loyalty, perseverance, and determination. Besides, that was a fine sword that his father made. If he thinks he can get it back, I won't turn it down.
My lord, he's a peasant. You can't make a squire of a peasant.
Why not? Someone made a priest of a pig.
He isn't a peasant, father. He's a blacksmith, and recent events have left me in need of his skills. So, you'd like to enter my service?
Sir, Yes, I would. You won't regret it.
I probably will. I'm doing this for your father, lad. Don't it disappoint me.
Oh, fortune has finally smiled on you today, lad. Make the most of it.
Now that I think about it, Sir Hanush, the boy needs training and experience, and you need spear carriers.
That's true. The bailiff is always complaining about your people making trouble in the camp. Maybe one of their own among the guard might help.
It might. In any event, it will prove valuable experience.
But let's be clear. You're the one paying him. Captain Bernard, see to his training, and then send him to the bailiff.
Yes, sir.
And don't spare him.
You rely on it, sir.
Don't forget, Henry. Don't disappoint me.
I won't, my lord.
Ratai Tournament. Ujungnya di Oh, tidur dulu sih. Tapi kok banyak yang ngomong. Mereka dari mana ya, gue lupa. Apa nanya nih? Masih sebelah. Nggak bisa. Gue gak ada makanan. Nyariin keeper. Kalau ada auto move masih enak sih. Nggak jauh padahal.
Good health to you.
Can I ask?
Perkstein is a fine castle.
It'll be even finer once you all clear out and I can move back into my chambers.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
I'm here for training.
Yes, you're that boy Sir Radzik sent.
Yes, that's me.
Let's get to it then, since that's what Sir Radzik wishes. And because you've never held a sword in your hand before, we'll start with something simpler.
Very well.
Come with me and listen closely. I don't want to be repeating myself. Good luck to you. So let's see what you're made of. Hold it properly and keep moving. Never stand still when your life depends on it. Right, good. Now, try attacking. You've got to put your back into a good slash. No use waving the sword around like you're swatting flies. Go into the attack with your whole body. Try slashing from various sides to get used to it. Nice. Not bad. Very good. Nice. Not bad. That pointy tip isn't for decoration. Try stabbing me with it a few times. Good. All right. Nice. That will do. Slashing, stabbing, and movement are the foundations that you build everything else on. Now, let's try something more complicated. One strike, I can simply fend off. You mustn't give your opponent time to react. String your strikes together. As soon as you finish one, begin another. Strike, strike, strike. Good. Let's go. Very good. Not bad. Now let's see how you do with defense. It's not hard to block a basic strike. Just watch out and move your sword into the path of the blow. No!
Mana tuh?
Wrong!
Oh, Q.
Ah, that's it. No, again. Good. Good. Nice.
Mana mo galon na.
Very well then. Let's see what you're made of, lad. Come at me and don't hold back. I lure you, then attack unexpectedly.
Buset, diapain tuh aja? Perfect block.
Good strike.
Wah, kalah. Bentar pak, nggak dikasih regen aja. Power. Walah.
Ow.
Digebukin. Harus berkali-kali gobloknya. Kalau dia nge-chain. Buset. Apa tuh?
Fine. That's enough. I have my work cut out, it seems. That's life. Let's try something more advanced. When in combat, keep an eye on the space between you and your opponent. That is your space. Try to attack from the side the opponent will find harder to block in time. If I'm holding the sword raised up, do an uppercut. If my sword is low, lunge. Let's try it. You strike a few times at the side where I'm not holding my sword. No!
Harus cepet aja.
Nice. That's it. Well done. Nice. Very good.
Oh.
Right. Lesson 2. Everything you've learned about blocking is wrong. When I cover, I can simply fend off your blows with my sword and gain control of the space between us. But it's better not to control just the space, but actually your opponent's weapon. Attack, and I'll show you.
Itu clinching. Wah, cepet banget. Gantinya.
All right, that will do. Now you. The trick is to stay in your stance. As soon as I start to attack, you block. The move knocks the blade aside. No, not like that.
Mana tuh?
You mustn't hold the sword there. You have to move along with the attack. Again. Too soon again. Try and catch the rhythm. You see the sword move, you move at the same time and deflect it.
Emang bakalan slow mo gitu.
Good. Nice. Good.
Ow.
Nice. Right, now we'll try it a little faster. Concentrate and block just at the moment I start attacking.
Way.
I'll strike you from above each time so you can see it well.
Enggak amal lebih pelan.
That's it.
Bukan real time itu.
Well done. That's it. Well done. Good, good. Now let's try it at full speed. You probably won't succeed, but that's normal at the start.
Ah, ini dia.
Train. Let's go.
Wah. Wah. Lebih enak sih tapi. Tangannya kenapa ngangkat? Oh, nggak bisa nyerang gue. Ya. Dipanggil tuh, Mas.
Wait a while, Henry.
Kapon ya.
Greetings, Sir Hans. What brings you here?
I was on my way when I noticed that you're entertaining Sir Radzig's esteemed guest. Not the same as holding a hammer, is it, blacksmith?
It would you.
Sir Radzig's orders.
I know. I'm actually here to train at the archery range. My hand's grown heavy lately. You don't mind, do you, Bernard?
Not at all, my lord.
Good day to you, blacksmith's boy. Try not to hurt yourself.
Where did we finish? Yeah, leading the opponent where you want him. There's one more way to evade a strike. You simply step aside, attack, and I'll show you.
Gimana tuh caranya?
What are you waiting for?
Gue nggak bisa nge-step, Pak. Kurang lu.
All right, try it. It's important not to move too soon. I'll see where you're going and hit you. That the same will happen if you move too late. I'll attack slowly now. As you see me, raise the weapon, jump aside. It'll throw the opponent off a bit, and there's your chance.
Jamnya gimana? Move to the side or back at the moment.
No!
Move gimana ya?
Wrong! Again!
Ini gue udah move.
Wrong! Damn it! Wrong! That's it! Good.
Samping nggak begitu ini ya? Oh.
That's fine. Now try it a little quicker. Try and get used to the rhythm. Never take your eyes off your opponent. You'll see a strike before it's even properly started.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done.
Ya aduh.
Well done.
Jatuhnya hampir sama kayak perfect block yang dodge.
And the last thing for today, a trick. You raise the sword to force your opponent to block, but then change the direction of the attack at the last moment, and the opponent won't even know what hit him. Try
ini OP nih.
Draw back the weapon, then change the attack zone and strike, so I don't have time to react.
By holding. Oh salah.
Wrong.
Oh sakit banget itu. Harus dilepas tapi.
That's it. Wrong. Again. Nice. No, not like that. No, that's not it.
Oh, pas udah ke bawah.
Very good.
Uppercut.
Well now, that wasn't too bad. Maybe we'll make a soldier of you after all. But don't get cocky. You have to train hard and persistently. You might have talent, but talent alone won't do. Practice.
Whenever you've got nothing better to do and you're in the mood for it, you can come and train here with me. I can teach you something more when you're up to it.
Oh.
Don't leave yet. Sir Radzig also wanted me to teach you archery. Come with me.
Aduh. Jauh juga archery ground-nya. Oh, bisa gitu bridge-nya. Disisain gitu. Biar apa? Apa nih orang? Jauh sekali.
My respects to you.
Did you find out what actually happened?
Folks say it was...
How does life in Ratai suit you?
I suppose... May the Lord watch over you.
Mana yang Bernard? Hilang Bernard.
Good day to you.
Do you know if there's anyone around here?
Could be. Bertold, our local and that's not all. Sir Hanush is convening the Ratai tourney again at the upper... You can still enroll tomorrow. And that's not all. It might not be to your liking, though. On account of it's the executioner who's looking for someone. At least, that's what I've heard. Of course, folk here don't want to have anything to do with it. Only the more...
What kind of governor?
Young Sir Hans is our governor, but Sir Hanush is his guardian till he comes of age. That's not a day I'm looking forward to.
What's life like in Ratai?
Life is good here. By God's mercy, the war's passed us by so far.
How do the Ratai folk get on with the refugees?
I know they got nowhere to go. Skalitz is a pile of ashes and the countryside ain't safe. But they've been here too long. Some of those buggers got light...
Have you heard anything about the Cumans in Sigismund's army?
Terrible things, horrible. I hear they skin people alive, and what they do to the women folk? Better take your own life than fall into their... Care now.
Mana tadi dia? Hilang juga. Oh, dia di situ. Ah, tadi gue kira itu turnamen.
Let's see then. Take this bow, go and stand in position over there, and we can start. And another thing, put on this arm guard. Without it, you could flay your forearm with a bowstring, so be sure to wear it.
Thank you, Captain.
Save the thanks, and get in position. Now concentrate. A bow ain't exactly the weapon of choice of a knight, but it can come in very handy. You've got two bandits coming at you from a distance. You shoot one in the eye, drop your bow, and draw your sword on the other. Emperor Charles, God rest him, encouraged his subjects to learn archery. He even organized contests in Prague. But you wouldn't have gotten far there. You're holding the thing like a piece of firewood. But enough talk. There's the target. Try and hit it. Draw the bow, aim, and release. Try to get a feel for the rhythm. Inhale on the draw, hold your breath for a moment, and then release the string. No jerky movements. Just let the string slide out of your fingers, as if you were about to... to meet even my low expectations.
I don't know why you're wasting your time, Sir Bernard. Nothing will come of him anyway, and at the first sign of trouble, he'll run away like any other cowardly peasant. After all, he's...
What did you say?
Calm down, boy.
The braggart who was born with a silver...
Now, you've really done it. You'll go to...
Calm yourself, Sir Bernard.
Any time.
Very well.
I have enough.
Good. Then let's get...
Dia harusnya gue ini. Gue escape dulu banget. Wah, gimana tuh cara? Kalau mencet apa ini? Buset. Ya, wah 4 ya. Ya, 8 aja. Ulang. Lo, gue lagi udah ngetap.
Let's see then. And another thing. Put on this.
Thank you, Captain.
Save the thank. Now concentrate.
Taverns.
Bow ain't exactly the weapon of choice of a knight, but it can come in very handy. You've got 2 bandits coming at you from a distance. You shoot one in the eye, drop your bow, and draw your sword on the other. Emperor Charles, God rest him, encouraged his subjects to learn archery. He even organized contests in Prague. But you wouldn't have gotten far there. You're holding the thing like a piece of firewood. But enough talk. There's the target. Try and hit it. Draw the bow, aim, and release. Try to get a feel for the rhythm. Inhale on the draw, hold your breath for a moment, and then release the string. No jerky movements, just let the string slide out of your fingers, as if you were about to draw it back more. It's all one movement. The arrow aiming at the target, flying at it. Shoot away. What you have there is a training bow. The arrow drops quickly. Once you've trained a bit, make yourself a better one, and then those arrows will fly so fast you won't see them. Don't forget the arm guard. You've mastered the bow a bit.
Mana gue mau pakai arm guard tanya. Oh, udah pakai. Gak nyam.
That flew nicely. Practice for a while. Well, that was awful. I didn't imagine a village yokel like you would have much skill, but you failed to meet even my low expectations.
What?
I don't know why you're wasting your time, Sir Bernard. Nothing will come of him anyway, and at the first sign of trouble, he'll run away like any other cowardly peasant. After all, he's done it.
Calm down.
Braggart. Any.
Good.
Ya ampun. Di mana sih di sini? Oh, dapat gua. Fun.
Well, I didn't expect that. Probably just wasn't your day, sir.
I told you I have a heavy hand, ever since I fell off that horse during the last hunt. What are you grinning about, boy? I think you owe me a little payback. How about a sword fight at the arena?
If you like.
Sir Hans, is this necessary? Sir Hanush has already had words about you fighting with your subjects. He explicitly told me.
I know what he told you. You can just tell him I didn't listen to you. So what's it going to be, blacksmith?
If we must.
Excellent. Then let's go.
Waduh, salah. Salah.
Oh dear, did that hurt? Fuck! No, kurwa!
Ah, kedekatan.
No more fooling around.
Oh, ngeliat harus terus ya. Masih.
Yeah.
Oh. Kurang cepet. Segitu. Kalah cepet.
You'll pay for that.
Halo, deket-deket. Yo.
Is that all you?
Ah iya. Pusat. Ngalah cepet aja. Mati.
Well,
Mati
you
itu.
remember me this time, blacksmith. I must be having an off day.
Are you all right, sir?
Don't worry your mangy head about me, peasant. We'll see each other again soon enough. You can keep my bow. Best years are behind it anyway.
The fear of an...
You better hope his lordship hasn't taken it badly.
He shouldn't have challenged me.
Careful. You might be under Sir Radzig's protection, but you be wise to stay on good terms with the other noblemen too.
Sama itu
Now
pilihannya.
go to the
Ada pilihannya.
roundhouse. The bailiff's waiting for you there.
All right, Captain.
Jesus Christ be praised.
Can I ask... What's young Lord Capon like?
He'll be the governor here in a few years. Sir Hanush is just his guardian until he comes of age. The young lord spends most of his time making merry. But he'll grow out of it. He's no fool.
What's life like in Rattay?
Till Sigismund came and then you folk, it was a fine, peaceful life here.
What will become of the Skalitz refugees?
I'd like to know the answer to that myself. I hope things can settle down quick and you lot can clear off.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Good luck to you.
Ini NPC kan? Vagabond.
I'll be with you.
What are you hanging around for? Don't you have any work to do?
No, I don't.
Oh, be merciful. What am I to do?
What's it about?
The poor wretch whose home was
Since
burned
I
to
lost
sacrifice
everything, I've been
Sigismund's
doing
law.
whatever I could to survive. Only I got caught with my hand in someone else's pocket. And since then, I can't even set foot on the square without the catchpoles pouncing on me.
So you're a pickpocket? All right, get to the point. But keep your hands where I can see them.
My honestly begged groschen were taken from me by that bastard of a guard, Pazdera. He claimed I stole them and took them for himself, the swine. Well, if you can get them from his pocket back into mine, where they rightfully belong, I'll give you a share and teach you a handy trick too.
Ooh.
What do you say?
All right. I reckon I can manage that. How much coin are we talking about?
Everything he has on him.
Beg good
Half
neighbours,
is yours.
but I'm reduced to this.
It all sounds a
I'm
bit
from
fishy.
Skeleton.
Well, take it
you
or leave
know.
it. But if you get my money back from Pastor of the Guard, I'm sure I can put some more work your way. May the Lord watch over you.
Ah. Risky kalau nge-steal. Grindstone. Trader. Gue pengen repair gitu ada. Gue udah naik level. Ada lagi. Mana sih? Mana dah? Tadi bener deh orang di sini. Ini gue.
How are you? Take care.
Port to the bailiff. Gimana? Mana pintunya?
What are you doing here? Clear off quick or I'll throw you out. What are you doing here?
Gue gak tau ini kemana. Di bawah apa di atas? Report to the bailiff. Bising kali. Ayo. Ada shop guardnya ya tipenya. Kayaknya sih di atas. Cuma bisa naik ke atas. Ini kayak kan? Oh di atas. Di atas. Kayaknya sih dari sini. Mana sih?
Cucumbers, lovely cucumbers, asparagus and prunes.
Ya ampun. Ini bro.
Good health to you.
Master Bailiff, is there anything of interest going on here?
Nothing of interest to me, thank Christ.
What's life like in Rattay?
This is a manorial town, and our lord hasn't got himself tangled up in affairs of state, so it's peaceful here.
Have you heard anything about the...
I'm to put myself under the bailiff's command.
Ah, so you're the young man Sir Radzig appointed.
Yes.
Very well. Sir Radzig asked me to test you a little, and as it happens, you've come at the right time. We've a few disputes to settle. It seems some of your former neighbors have been acting quite inappropriately. I was hoping having one of their own on the town watch might help sort things out.
You can count on me, Bailiff.
You're certainly bold. I like that. Have you been to see Captain Bernard?
I have, and I have the bruises to prove it. The captain doesn't hold back.
The harder the training, the easier the battle. Well, anyway, you're going to assist my town guard. Come to the church in the afternoon. Yaroslav the watchman, Nightingale they call him, will wait for you there. He'll show you around the town and teach you a little about keeping the peace. And you need to stop by the armory to pick up some gear.
Yes.
Nggak bayar. Oh, kasih duit. Salah jalan gua. Tinggalan between 11. Sekarang ya bro. Udah mulai. Rame ya, banyak trader, banyak NPC buat jual-jual, banyak merchant. Pengen masak nih. Ini kah?
Ah.
Did someone send you here for something?
I was told to pick up a kit here.
Name?
Henry.
And in fealty too?
Sir Radzig Cobbler?
Yes, I've got you. Well, come on in then. Make yourself at home, Henry. If my memory serves me, you're entitled to a helmet, a gambeson, and a club.
That's all?
You want a kiss and a hug as well?
I mean equipment.
It's quite enough for patrolling the town. You're there to stop trouble, not start it.
Oh, dikasih semua. Alamatnya mana? Oh, ini ada. Nyangkut tuh. Pernah juga.
Here I am. My name is Henry. We're supposed to go on patrol together?
I see you're kitted out.
Ready to get going.
I'm Nightingale. Aren't you that lad the mill wench brought here on a cart?
Teresa. Yes, she rescued me. She turned up with Captain Robot and his knights.
All honor to the girl. She has bigger balls than most men. Tell me, how did you pay her back?
Well, I thanked her.
That's not much, is it? You should go and see her when you get a chance. So, how did you end up in the service of the bailiff?
I wanted to enter the service of Sir Radzig, but he sent me here to learn.
And learn you will. You're lucky, lad. Sir Radzig must like you. Most lords would have just sent you on your way.
Come with me, Henry. We'll patrol the town and then check on the taverns to make sure they lock up in the evening.
I'm ready.
Don't forget, I'm supposed to try you out and, with the help of God, teach you something. So I expect you to deal with any misconduct yourself. I'll make sure you don't do anything too stupid. Let's go.
Hujan tapi terang banget.
It serves not
Bagian
only
sebelah
as the
situ.
house of God, but as the crypt of the lords of Lipa, our masters. The gravedigger lives right round the corner. The priest, too. Our parish priest. Ah, a man shouldn't speak ill about servants of the Lord. This is our rat house. Pretty big, eh? The bailiff and his hands live there, and our maestro protonotarius, the scribe. And the jailhouse. You don't want to see the inside, not even as a guard. Naturally, we have an executioner too, but he doesn't live in town. That wouldn't be proper, as I'm sure you know. He lives by Gallows Hill, the other side of the creek. This pillory was brand new in autumn, and 2 people have already been rotting on it. The
Oh,
swordsmith lives here.
buat motongan. Execution site gitu.
What the hell is going on here now? Go and check it out, Henry.
You won't go to the church. Go back to your people. I don't want you here. Is that been you?
What are you two screeching about? Stop making such a ruckus.
About time you turned up. This filthy beggar thinks.
My name is Jane.
No one cares what your name is. This filthy beggar thinks she can come and stink in front of my shop. I want you to get rid of her.
What's the problem here?
This is my shop, and I won't have beggars sitting on my doorstep. Let her go and squat in the square. She won't be in anyone's way there, and there's plenty of folk to beg from.
Can't you show us some Christian charity, armourer?
What? Have you any idea how much I've given away in alms, even to this witch only yesterday?
Is that true?
Might be, might not.
Oi.
Did you get any alms or not?
Yes.
From the armourer here?
I don't know. And even if I did, that was yesterday, and my belly's empty again today.
That's true.
Kurang ajar.
What would you know about it?
We're both good Christians, aren't we? We should each give something to the poor soul.
And what then?
Then Jane will be on her way. Immediately.
King Solomon now, are you, lad? Fine. Fine, have it your way.
God bless you, and you too, citizen. I won't be a nuisance no more, really. Thank you. Thank you.
Harus tajir aja.
Jesus, you're as bad as each other.
Becekannya bagus.
Your old neighbours are living here now. It's a bit of a shithole. Even so, you should be thankful to Sir Hanush. If the town burghers got their way, your folk wouldn't be let anywhere near the town. And now our people aren't too happy with him. Some fools are even calling for Sir Hanush to finally hand the fiefdom over to the young lord, Sir Hans Capon. Sir Hans's father, old Sir Yeshke, may God rest his soul, kept it till he was an old man. Then he retired from it, first to Moravia, then to eternity. Sir Hanush is managing the fiefdom until Sir Hans comes of age.
Emang nggak
They're
takut kan?
related by blood somehow, the same great-great-grandfather or some such. The time's coming soon enough when the estates have to be handed over. These affairs often end in conflict. I hope we have nothing like that here.
Konten.
What's that?
Tinggi juga mbak. Tadi dapat arrow mana? Oh ada.
This square here, it looks much better during the markets. Then it's filled to bursting with folk from all around.
Jangan bilang gue harus patrol sama jam 6 nih. Sampai pada tutup. Apa ya?
We've also got the baker's shop here, and that mad merchant Wolfram Pruder. Pruder has a pretty daughter, but he keeps her on a short rein, which the young bucks are none too happy about. I heard he even keeps the poor lass locked up at home all day. Look here. See that filthy beggar? By Christ, I'll show the bastard.
Mana, Pak? Oh, ini.
Comfortable, are we?
Arms, please, sir.
Who do you take me for? Are you stupid or just insolent?
Well, what's the matter?
Stupid, then. There's no begging allowed here, so pick up your stinking arse and haul it somewhere else.
Who am I bothering here?
Me. Us. Everyone. If Sir Hanush saw you here, he'd take a whip to you.
All right, I'm going.
Damn beggars. You offer them a helping hand, and they want the whole arm. It's not like the rules aren't clear. Beggars belong at the church. There's one alehouse here on the market square, the Trader's Tavern. The other's up by the gate. We'll be going there later.
Announcement. Oh, udah semua kebuka.
Let's move along to the inner bailey.
Ini gereja. Aduh. Church.
Here's the forge. The blacksmith
Udah
has some
balik
trouble.
lagi.
He's not working at the moment, but his apprentice is standing in for him tolerably. I hear you're a blacksmith's apprentice too. You lot could help if needed, couldn't you?
Us? What do you mean?
You and your master, or your father, whoever taught you.
They...
What is it, lad?
My father was the master blacksmith. He was killed in Skalitz.
Ah, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Thank you. So am I.
My papa died not long ago. Of course, it was old age got him. That's not the same, but I know a little how you feel.
Papa. Apa ini?
The Rate fiefdom is pretty big.
Ya ampun.
Naturally, it starts here by the
Gue nggak kelasnya dari sebelah sana dong.
all the way to Bohelton. Then there's Gallows Hill, lots of farmhouses scattered around. Neuhof, Merhoyed. Master Smill is in charge of Sir Hanush's stables. He's by far his best vassal. It's all a bit complicated for a newcomer, I suppose. This lord here, that lord there, this exemption here, that right there.
Banyakan
Exemptions from exemptions, rights to half of something, so on. It'd take you a year to make head or tail of it. This tower was only half the size when I was a young lad. Sir Hanush had it extended and made into an armory.
ceritanya kayak lagi ngetur gitu sih. Ini apa ya? Batu atau pupuk. Honda. Ada namanya, beberapa NPC banyak namanya.
God be with you, Benesh. How goes it?
Ada dua
Well enough,
NPC.
Nightingale. It's quiet today.
Good. Where's Moimir anyway? Isn't he supposed to be here with you?
Ah, yes. He hasn't turned up yet.
Oh, I see. Now where might he have got to then?
I don't know.
You don't know, eh? Let me tell you something. When the bailiff finds out Moimir's slacking off, he'll be in serious shit. And being a friend of his, you wouldn't want that, would you?
No.
So it's better if I deal with it and we leave the bailiff out of it, right?
Yes, I suppose so.
So where is he?
In the tavern. He was thirsty, so he...
Went for an ale. We know how that goes. Come on, Henry. Let's go and find that idler, and you'd better talk some sense into him.
Juga larinya. Lari dia.
What the fuck are you doing here when you're supposed to be on the gate? Move your carcass and go and guard the gate. Not a word. Get moving. You're lucky it was me found out, not the bailiff, or God forbid, Captain Bernard. Out! Come and
Sekarang dia yang malah. Oh keren, kayak nampan aja.
That fool got me all worked up.
Shouldn't we be on patrol instead of drinking?
You're eager, aren't you? Don't worry. Even watchmen are entitled to a break. Except the ones on the gate and the tower, of course. But that's enough about that. Let's not let it spoil our day. Listen.
Bentar, Pak. Mana tadi? Sounds good.
Why not?
Oh,
So,
okay.
bring it on.
Apa itu? Kok ada yang hitam?
That's it. Your turn.
Salah, Bang. Best.
Now you.
Alah.
That's
Tipu
it.
oh.
Cursed luck.
Nice. Oh, bisa. Pas. Ya.
A win at last!
Just one more thing and we're done for the night. Ringing the end of the day and closing the taverns.
Isn't it still a bit early?
I don't know how it was in Skalitz, but here in Rattay we close up at this hour. Except, of course, during fairs and big festivals. Then we don't close at all.
I see. Should I go and ring the bell?
If you wouldn't mind, the bell is hanging outside the rat house. Ring 3 times, then go to the Trader's Tavern by the market square and make sure the innkeeper closes up.
I'll do that.
Before I forget, it's forbidden to walk in Rattay at night without a torch. Here, take this one.
Dia pada nggak pakai ini. Game chill banget ini. Jadi kayak Sims.
And this bastard has
Katanya 3 kali. Mau kedengeran apa kok lagi hujan gitu? Jauh itu. Aku mau ngeliat jamnya jam berapa. Nggak bisa buka wait time.
And the canon of St. Wenceslas in Olomouc was so drunk, he dragged the pig to the market square, saddled it up, and rode it out of the town gate. No, we can see that this wasn't going to end well. So, Sir Peter and I rode off to look for the good canon on his pig.
Did you find him?
We tracked the filthy beast down to a sty beyond Cronau. I mean, the beast with a tonsure on its head. We never found the real pig, but the Reverend was sound asleep in the pigsty.
Birds of a feather stick together. It seems the same goes for pigs and planets. I toast, gentlemen, to pigs and planets.
God save their bacon.
Sir Hans, forgive my intrusion, but I need...
Oh, but what? You want to join us? Want to buy us around? I'm afraid we don't drink with peasants. You're not in your village now, boy.
No, sir. Curfew's been rung. The alehouse is closing.
Nothing closes while I'm sitting here. If that's all, you're dismissed.
Are you out of your mind, lad? You can't cross his lordship. He's got a temper like a bear with gut ache. If I was you, I'd get lost before he shows it.
The bailiff instructed me to close the tavern at the proper hour. He doesn't want anyone disturbing the peace after curfew.
The bailiff?
Justice.
The bailiff can kiss my arse. I trust you haven't forgotten who's the rightful lord of Rattay.
No, it's Sir Hannes.
Oh, is he here? What, is he hiding under the table, maybe? No! Then what he wants isn't worth a fart in a bathhouse. And besides, he's only in charge till I grow up.
Which clearly hasn't happened yet.
Enough! You can't talk to me like that. I'm a nobleman.
Come now, sirs. You're not going to fight here, are you?
We most definitely are. This yokel needs
Itu
to
gue
be
mager kalau
taught his
tonjok-tonjokan.
place.
Oh, enggak. Lah iya.
Herregud!
Give that bastard something to remember.
Kelihatan aja.
That'll teach you how to talk to your...
Ada Gartus itu tuh.
This one.
Ada. Oke, lu. Bisa nggak sih kalau gini? Oh enggak.
Crucifix! What in the name of Christ is happening here? Hell? Answer me, damn you!
This peasant insulted me. I had to teach him a lesson.
By rolling around in the mud like a hog? That's a fine example of noble conduct.
Sir Hannes, the bailiff ordered me
Silence! You shut your mouth and thank your lucky stars that you are Radzig's ward. Have you gone out of your mind? Raising your hand to a nobleman? And you, Hans, how many times have I told you that drinking with your subjects might be good for their morale, but it's bad for your honor? You spend all your days drinking and chasing wenches, which wouldn't matter if you paid any attention at all to your duties. And now we see what that leads to. Tomorrow, you will go with me to a hearing. Some landowners have asked me to settle a dispute. It'll be an excellent lesson for you.
I had planned to go hunting, but if you think listening to the pointless gripes of a bunch of old fools will benefit me, so be it.
Ooh, hunting? Well then, Your Grace, I'll tell you what. You can go hunting.
Really?
Naturally. Who am I to deprive the young Lord Capon of his sport? And you can take Henry here as your page.
Him? Absolutely not.
You'll do as I've commanded. It's time you learned how to lead people, and not just in drinking and brawling. Now get out of my sight.
Sir, I have responsibilities of the bailiff.
Not anymore. Your responsibilities now are the Lord Capon. It's time you learned how to behave in the presence of nobility. Let's go. Tell the kitchen I'm hungry. It's been a long journey.
Where the hell were you brought up? Don't you know you have to have a light after dark?
Ini kemana lagi gua? Courtship.
Greetings, Henry.
So, how have you been?
I can't stop thinking about Skalitz.
I know. It was hell. But life has to go on. Why not clear your head and try to forget about it? At least for now.
What do you mean?
Do you feel like a walk?
That's not a bad idea.
Malam-malam
It's
juga,
getting
Pak.
too late now. But if you pick me up during the day,
As her ladyship commands?
you jester.
Makan dulu gua. Nggak jadi. Ada bandit. Oh, nggak ada bandit. Gue nggak lapar gitu. Jauh nih, Mas. Lah kenapa gue ini nyangkut? Astaga. Python. Nyangkut di dinding aja. Masih nyangkut gue. Dewa gue. Mana reload dong? Oh.
Hey, where's your...
Good day to you.
Oh, nggak bisa ini nyawa kamar. Naik ke dari mana? Dong.
Here I am.
I'm overjoyed. Have you got a horse?
No, sir. Where would someone like me get a horse?
Good point. Unless it was a cart horse, I suppose. Well, you'll just have to trot along behind me like a good dog.
But, sir, isn't there a horse I could borrow?
Oh, certainly. Why don't you just have mine? Or, then again, you can just run alongside as befits a peasant. God be with you.
Ini udah siapa? Tavern. Anjingnya juga ngikut. Ayamnya ngikut nggak? Mau ada arrow lagi. Tan gua yang jalan, kudanya nggak. Nggak bisa. Oh. Udah detail. Woi.
Hurry up, blacksmith!
Ada doggy. Aku belum makan aja. Mana ada?
Yes, sir?
Anush was right. I should have behaved differently. More, well, gentlemanly. But that doesn't mean you were in the right. You can't throw a lord out of the tavern in his own town. Understand?
Yes. I was just...
What? Speak up! Don't worry, I won't bite your head off.
It's just that when you said those things in the arena, sir, I was, a little upset.
Ah! I just like to tease greenhorns a little. And you vexed me too. You were insolent to Captain Bernard and they rewarded you with service. Whenever I do anything reckless, even if it's for my honour, Hanush is on my back about it and I get punished. Like now.
I didn't mean to threaten anyone.
Well, it's all water under the bridge. Let's not spoil our hunt.
Nggak ngerti gue sama personality dia. Berubah. Siapa tuh? Orang di depan.
Let us talk of something else. Is this your first time hunting?
This kind? Yes.
I've been hunting since I could walk. If you're not a complete blockhead, you might learn something useful. And if you don't cock it up entirely today, maybe I'll take you again. It's always helpful to have a minion at hand.
As I said, I have hunted before, but it wasn't...
Chasing bunnies with a pitchfork isn't hunting. Observe and learn.
I'll do the best I can, sir.
Listen, I wanted to ask you about scallops.
I don't know if... that is, sir, I don't know if that's a suitable topic of conversation for the hunt.
We're not hunting yet. I'd like to hear about it at last from someone who was actually there.
The Cumans attacked Skallets, and, anyone who didn't flee.
That's what they all say. I want details.
Is it really necessary, sir?
Arguing with the nobility again, eh? It seems you're a bit of a rebel.
No, not at all, sir. It's just that... well, it's hard for me to talk about.
I see. So I'll have to get you drunk first.
Not sure even that would work.
We'll have to find out, won't we? There's a nice little place just north of here. We'll camp there and you can tell me all about it.
If you wish, sir.
And don't dilly-dally. Let's try and get there before the day's out.
Okay. Jauh juga anjing ngahannya. Bahaya banget sih tapi. Penjaganya nggak begitu banyak. Lapar saya, capek, lapar. Oh, gue mau save. Tidur bentar, Mas. Apa kan gue tidur. Bangun-bangun gagal questnya nih. Apa tuh? Ya balik lagi gue ini. Di sini. Dia mana? Dia lagi tidur. Ya, sorry. Pulang aja udah. Aduh.
Where's your torch? You can't walk around here in the dark without a light. What do you think you're doing?
Sabar aja.
All right, here you are.
You purged your... You there, stop! Surrender! You're under arrest for breaking the law.
Loadingnya lama. Lagi wait juga bisa dideketin sama NPC.
Here I am. No. Whatever you say.
May the Lord watch over you.
Oh, anjing cuma satu sekarang. Ada dua.
Today, dawdler, so we have to leave while it's still light. What? Let's go! Here! Hurry up, blacksmith! Look here, blacksmith. About that business at the alehouse.
Yes, sir.
Hanush was right. I should have behaved differently. More, well, gentlemanly. But that doesn't mean you were in the right. can't throw a lord out of the tavern in his own town. Understand?
Yes. I was just...
What? Speak up! Don't worry, I won't bite your head off.
It's just that when you said those things in the arena, sir, I was a little upset.
Ah! I'd just like to tease Greenhorns a little. And you vexed me too. You were insolent to Captain Bernard and they rewarded you with service. Whenever I do anything reckless, even if it's for my honour, Hanush is on my back about it and I get punished. Like now.
I didn't mean to threaten anyone.
Well, it's all water under the bridge. Let's not spoil our hunt. Let us talk of something else. Is this your first time hunting?
This kind?
Yes. I've been hunting since I could walk. If you're not a complete blockhead, you might learn something useful. And if you don't cock it up entirely today, maybe I'll take you again. It's always helpful to have a minion at hand.
As I said, I have hunted before, but it wasn't...
Chasing bunnies with a pitchfork isn't hunting. Observe and learn.
I'll do the best I can.
Dia hujan-hujanan keseriusannya masih ditembus juga. Deras banget loh. Hujannya dari belakang. Miring.
Listen, I wanted to ask you about Scarlet.
I don't know if... But sir, I don't know if that's a suitable topic of conversation for the hunt.
We're not hunting yet. I'd like to hear about it at last from someone who was actually there.
The humans attacked Skallets and, anyone who didn't flee.
That's what they all say. I want detail.
Is it really necessary, sir?
Arguing with the nobility again, eh? It seems you're a bit of a rebel.
No, not at all, sir. It's just that... Well, it's hard for me to talk about.
I see.
Udah nyampe
So I'll
bahasa
have to get
buntut.
you drunk first.
Not sure even that would work.
We'll have to find out, won't we? There's a nice little place just north of here. We'll camp there and you can tell me all about it.
If you wish, sir.
And don't dilly-dally. Let's try and get there before the day's out.
Hari ini mah.
We'll make camp here.
Ada banyak. Hujan aja.
Coming up, sir.
At long last. So, Are you enjoying being on the hunt?
I am, although we haven't actually hunted anything yet.
That doesn't matter. Hunting is a diversion. The main thing is to get out of Ratte for a while. Listening to Hanush's lectures all day long will drive anyone mad.
If I may ask, sir, what does a lord like you do all day?
When I was little, I was awfully bored, I can tell you. There was always some courtier or teacher dogging my footsteps. Now I spend most of my time trying to learn from Sir Hanush. Governing is no joke, at least most of the time. Only last week I had to listen to complaints from my subjects.
But that could be interesting too, couldn't it?
My lord, this yokel here empties his piss pot in my yard.
And sir, that old hag put a spell on my cow, and sir, my old woman is fucking half the village. A flock of sheep bleating all the time, even study is more interesting.
What are we going to hunt?
Humans.
What? Humans? But
You should see your face! I got you there. We'll see what we can get. But I'd like to bag a boar. One, at least. And a few hares, too.
Bawanya gimana?
But what about you? Before I couldn't get a word out of you, now your tongue's loosened. So, tell me about Skalitz. I heard Sigismund had 100 banners there.
I don't know, sir. I didn't have time to count them. Both of my parents were killed in Skalitz, right in front of my eyes. The Cumans slaughtered my friends and neighbours, and it was a miracle I got away. I don't know what else I can add.
I'm sorry about that. But tell me, I heard in the tavern...
What, that Sigismund flew down on a dragon? That the Cumans have horns and hooves? I'm sorry, my lord, but for me, Skalitz isn't a tale of adventure to share over a tankard of ale.
All right. I understand. Well, never mind. Anyway, it's too late to go anyway today. But tomorrow we settle the first line. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Dia jadi great leader si Hans Chapman.
God be with you, lad. Sir, not now.
Gue harus bawa itu nih. Buat ini.
What are you waiting for? Your lord requires you for the hunt.
Really? Such a renowned hunter needs help?
You wouldn't dare mock your betters,
Rambut
now, would you?
Heaven forbid, your lordship.
If that's the way you want it, peasant, we'll meet back here at noon. Whoever has the most hares wins. Oh, and if you don't have anything to shoot with, there's a crate in the camp with some old hunting equipment. You can help yourself. After all, there's no sport in trouncing some wretch who hasn't a chance in hell.
By all means, Sir Hans.
Ha! You'll soon be laughing on the other side of your grubby face. And now turn your back for a while. I know a few tried and tested spots in these woods, and I don't want you stealing them. Well, we had a pleasant chat that time, didn't we, Henry?
Oh, nggak begitu kelihatan. Udah. Buset. Ay. Woi. Wah, kena baca. Kayaknya lama-lama susah aja. Lari-lari lebih kenceng sih. Harus di arrow itu. Yang ngejar. Mas, kiri. Ya, anak kena satu. Datang. Ada perkah. Oh, mana lagi tuh? Dari atas ya nok. Mana dah? Hilang ini. Ah, nggak kena. Banyak sih hair. Wah. Kira. Habisin hero. Kanan. Ah, ya ampun. Buset. Sobat. Kena. Mana itu? Dia kayaknya nggak ngehan ini deh hair. Gede tuh. Hampir nggak kelihatan. Ini ngehan apaan? Taruh gue sisa berapa? Mana mau hair rusak gitu. Lebih gampang nembaknya. Lebih itu apaan? Ini malah nggak ada apa-apa. Lumayan naikin vitality-nya. Hari ini bentar lagi. Yuh. Ih. Malah kesini. Karena keterlaluan tuh. Iya. Oh mati. Overload. Kayak cuma perlu nge-kill doang deh sampai habis gitu kelinci. Ini dia bisa solid. Ya kan. Ngurangin dagingnya gimana sih? Oh. Udah diem. Ah, udah berat. Banyak kan. Belum dapat rok hunting. Masih panjang banget. Oh, ini ada nih, lebih gede. Jauh juga tapi. Ah. Berhenti nggak berhenti ya? Oh, nggak berhenti. Bentar. Ini ya. Astaga. Nggak bisa sih kalau rusaknya. Apa lagi? Wah, sepeda tadi gue buang. Gali kubur. Jalan mas. Sampai kapan gue harus nyari Hares? Mana caponnya? Hunting villager lama-lama. Berat. Masih bunyi. Nggak ada kaos doang lagi gua. Wah, baru mau gue tembak. Tuh lihat. Penuh. Kabur. Oh, keren ada pon. Thomas the Bearded One. Udah kelar kali. Malam, Mbak. Yang harusnya rusanya ngumpul di pon kali ya. Hunting spot. Ada bau-bau ini, ada lalat. Dia balik lagi. Mereka comeback. Oh, kena. Oke. Gimana Maya? Pak, saya dapat ini, Pak. Wah, beratnya minta ampun. Kecepek tuh, lihat. Balik dulu dah. Daging bisa basi nggak ya? Basi sih harusnya, ada darahnya. Harusnya trofi, kayaknya dia mintanya trofi. Kok nggak bisa? Belum ada skill buat trofi ini. Iya. Lama juga nanti naikin skillnya. Arah balik kemana? Ini kah? Dia belum balik. Aduh. Mantu mana? Naik level gua. Gua mau naikin hunting. Iya, tapi kok nggak dapat ini ya? Level doang. Level berapa? 6. Ada 2 itu. Satu lagi kan? Iya. Ya bisa di pick up kan? Nah, kakinya kecil banget. Banget. Iya. Banyak kan? Nambah dong. Ya, saya tunggu. Hunting. From some animal. Antara ini atau ini ya? Ini butcher. Oh, sama mendingan kayak lebih gampang kill boar bandingin antlers buat gue tadi nggak ngeliat boar. Ini gue masih bisa agak mana tadi itu apaan ya? Apa itu? Babi kah? Or mainin ya Hansa. Ada potion apa di sana? Ada belum? Bukan. Mana dia ya? Bisa naruh di kudanya nggak ya? Dibawain. Kenapa? Bawa baliknya gimana coba? Butuh konsol yang ngilangin weight. Oh, bisa dimasak. Beratnya tapi masih sama. Gue kira udah rotten.
How did the hunt go for you, sir? Have we got enough hares?
Why do you ask? You were right on my arse the whole time. It looks like we're as bad as each other. And now come along. Let's go and hunt some real game. Henry, mount up and let's go hunting.
Udah habis arrow gue pada. 8 19 28. Handir emang harus pakai kuda sih kayaknya. Kiri jalan terus. Anjingnya nurut banget ya.
boar somewhere nearby. So, just like last time, slow and quiet, whatever you do. Understand? But watch out for them from the top of that mound there.
Anjingnya nungguin. Tebel nggak tuh ini? Harus ini banget.
You want to take him down with an arrow? Certainly. Why wouldn't I?
You won't kill him like that. Boar is hunted with spears.
Is that so? So now all of a sudden you're a master huntsman, are you? Watch and learn.
Did you see that? Damn, I'm good. Quiet.
So, next time you try to tell me I can't kill a boar with an arrow, you could...
Fuck! After him! Fetch! Mount up, Henry! Chase down that swine!
Jelas kayak itu ya apa? Yang tikus-tikus ya. Hujan lagi kan ini? Yo nggak? Wow. Mana kuburan? Bukan kuburan gua kan? Yah. Yo. Apa? Itu apa? Pohon tumpang. Deer hunting spot. Ada ini ya. Oh keren. Gitu dong. Mana feeling hunt? Mau antlers kali. Trophy gue gak tau buat apa. Ayo pak. Harus head. Dia nunduk. Begitu aja. Lebih gampang sih dia diem tapi. Ih. Cacat. Demi apa? Oh ada arrow-nya. Habis kan? Habis. Masih ada nih? Kita hunting. Kiri. Ada apa sih dia tadi nggak kena. Demi apa? Kiri. Ih, aneh banget. Awas aja nih, ada kayak wallnya gitu nih. Oh, apa nggak nyampe ya? Oh iya nggak nyampe. Berapa? Ya, dia nunduk. Pantat. Kena. Banyak banget. Banyak banget. Drop aja. Enggak, tetap lebih berat sih. Kalau gue drop setengah. Malah. Level nggak tuh deh? Enggak. Bet. Enggak. Oh, mereka pada kemana?
Yesterday, pagan. She said your old man couldn't get it up. Hey, you! You sodomite! What's it like to be fucked by a horse, eh?
Oh, udah nggak istet aja. Nggak istet. Tolong. Waduh, gue lagi nggak pakai ini lagi. Nggak bisa di-equip doy. Ada aja nih bocil. Armor gue kurang. Mampus. Kok jadi agak gede? Wah. Nge-defense gimana caranya? Lo mau ngapain, Mbak? Gue pengen coba combo ya. Oh iya. Bersih kill atau apa? Finishing. Mereka nggak bisa bangkit lagi apa? Human ball bisa sakit coy. Like human helmet, mantap ya. Noble mail or collar. Oh, arrow-nya juga banyak. Mantap kali Anda. Thank you. Dagingnya gue kasih daging ya. Buat lo semua dah. Ini gue daging. Senjatanya bagus gak? Human ear buat apa coy? Assassin gue. Defense-nya gede juga. Padded coif. Mail coif ini lebih bagus. Leather glove. Area. Arrow lah. Mengerikan ini. Defense human agak gede tuh. Tapi gue takut di perang kalau gue pakai human. Kira cuman nanti gue. Buang aja. Domelin gue pakai cuman. Oh agak gelap. Oh helmetnya enak realistis. Mas ada aja loh. Kayak ini yang kayak badut.
Henry.
Oi.
I'll have a bronze bust made of you, my friend. But where have you been till now?
Oh, you know, I was picking berries, had a drink of wine, took a little nap.
You lunatic! They almost had me roasting on a spit.
I'd say it looked more like they were about to take your maidenhood.
Now look here, dung grubber. Is that any way to speak to a nobleman?
I apologise, sir. I'm just glad you're all right.
I'm yanking your pizzle, you dolt! Thank you for rescuing me.
Kudanya mana?
That wound doesn't look good, Sir Hans.
You're right. Those cumin swine roughed me up a bit. And my damned horse is bolted. You'll have to get me home somehow.
The sooner we get out of here, the better. Who knows how many bandits are creeping around here.
Let's go then. I've had quite enough excitement already.
Relationship sama dianya bagus ya.
It's Lord Capon! Get here, everybody! You, help him!
Ada yang datang.
How is it possible, Ratsy? Those bastards make so bold no more than a mile from the castle. We'll have to send out more patrols.
That won't do us any good, Hanush. Even if we had 10 times the men, we couldn't beat through every thicket in the fiefdom.
You sent for me, sir?
Come in.
I don't know how to thank you, Henry. If it wasn't for you, Hans would be dead. And to think I sent you out with him as a punishment.
I was only doing my duty, sir.
Don't be so modest, young Henry. You showed not only courage, but loyalty to your liege. That's why I'm taking you into my personal service.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Well, let's celebrate your promotion and Sir Hans's recovery. Well, don't just stand there, lad. Pour us a drink.
I'm sorry to interrupt, sir, but I've urgent tidings.
What now?
A stable boy came from Neuhof. He says brigands raided the stud farm this morning. There's many dead or maimed.
Tell us exactly what happened.
I'm not sure. The boy was so shook up he could barely speak. He said the bandits murdered for the joy of it. I'm sorry, sir. Your vassal Smill is dead.
Who did this? Who were they?
We don't know, sir. The stable boy just kept babbling about some huge fellow in black armor who led the attack.
Take as many men as you need, and don't stop until you've found those bastards. And bring me their heads!
Yes, sir.
My men at your disposal too, Hanush.
Thank you, friend.
Sir, let me ride with them.
He's full of piss and vinegar, isn't he?
Their leader, he must be the one who attacked me at Skalitz. There can't be 2 men in the whole kingdom who look like that.
You think he might still have my sword? No doubt you could use another swordsman, Captain.
As you command, my lord.
How soon can you leave, Bernard?
Soon as the men are ready, sir.
Good. Wait in the courtyard for Henry. And give him a horse.
His own mount?
His reward for saving Sir Hans. He'll need it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Go! I want these culprits in the hands of the executioner as soon as possible.
I won't let you down, sir.
We don't know much about what happened, just what that Neuhoff stable boy told us. Get your arses mounted up and let's ride out. On the double. Maybe we'll catch up with that rabble.
Gak apa-apa, gue pakai cuman aja. Sama deh. Gensa malah lebih kecil. Like, oh, tampilan luar. Berat banget. Jadi bener nggak? Main jual barang. Waduh, keren. Tadi gimana? Tangannya. Duh. Reputation loss. Ah, gimana? Ini. Astaga.
The Neuhoff stud farm's
Buang-buang.
Don't know much about what happened, just what that Neuhoff stable boy told.
God be with you.
Any chance of some work here, Captain?
That all depends on what I'm sure you've... Sir Hanush has declared quite a reward for dealing with them.
So what do you think I should do about them?
We know about one of their encampments. It's to the east of Ratai in an abandoned mine. I don't really mind how you deal with them. Anyway, the leaders generally wear spurs, maybe like they're pretending they're nobility. Who cares? In any case, bring me the spurs, and I'll take it as proof that the deed's done.
Very well. I'll see to it.
Wait. In addition, Sir Hanush has offered a reward for every bandit who's killed. So take a good sharp dagger. You'll get a bit extra for each ear you bring.
Very well. That sounds amusing.
Well, as for amusement, I'd end it.
May the Lord watch over you.
Oh,
Here we
report,
go.
report.
I'm ready, Captain.
Good. Then follow me. Keep quiet and do exactly as you're told. I don't know what Sir Radzik sees in you, and I don't care. If you're to ride with my men, I expect you to listen.
Yes, sir.
Against all better judgment, they've decided to give you your own horse. The dappled gray beside my stallion is yours. Make sure you take good care of him. Now, mount up and ride behind us. All right, men. Sound up.
Kudanya balik, kudanya Hans.
Yeah.
Jauh sih. Lumayan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kaki kuda kena kayu enak banget yang bunyinya. Duduk. Oh, dibakar ya. Di-raid.
Where's your master?
In the paddock.
Crucifix. What kind of beast could do this?
By the blood of the martyrs. What happened here? Why?
Someone came at night and hamstrung every one of them. The horses, screaming, must have woke poor Ruddock, the stable boy. And when he tried to stop them... And then my husband, when my husband tried to help them, they killed him too. And when they were done, they put a torch to the stables.
My sincere condolences, ma'am. I swear we'll hunt those monsters down and make them pay for this.
The horses were still alive when I came. We had to finish them off. All of them. The pain in their eyes. They couldn't understand how anyone could do this to them.
Did they steal anything? Any horses?
Nothing. They wanted blood, not coin.
Did your husband quarrel lately? Was there anyone who might want revenge?
He argued over the price of a saddle, maybe, but nothing that could drive a man to this.
These are dark days when there's more kindness in horses than in men. Did you see anything? How many were there? Or what did they look like?
We saw no one.
Has anyone tried to follow their trail?
No. We were fighting the blaze until now, and even if we weren't, what chance would any of us have against someone who could do this?
Pox on it. Mount up and quarter the area. We have to find out where they went. Look for tracks and ask the folk if they saw anyone. Fuck, someone must have at least caught sight of them.
Yes, sir. What about me, Captain?
What the hell use are you? You stay here.
Please, let me do something. I could have a look around the area and see if they left any tracks.
Well, if you must. Just don't get in anyone's way, don't go too far, and come back here when you're done.
Right.
Get away with this.
No! You can go to hell, all of you! But I'd just like to know...
You tell that to Frank? Lying there. Fucking lying there, splitting to you like a pig. Go see him. Go fucking tell him that you came as soon as you could.
They really did slaughter them. Why would anyone do that? How could anyone be so cruel? Smell. The stud farm owner. I saw him in Skalitz a few times. His poor widow. They really did slaughter them. Why would anyone do that? How could anyone be so cruel?
This one got it in the back. And there's more of them over by the main stables.
Siguro depan nila. Set.
Poor wretch. He must have crawled here. If it was the horses they were after, there'll be even more of them by the main stables.
Oh no, this can't be true.
Such senseless brutality. They slaughtered horses as well as people, and yet it seems they didn't take anything. How could anyone be so cruel? Are you well?
Leave me alone. Go away.
But there's no need to be afraid. With your help, I'll find those bastards and then I'll make them pay.
They deserve it. What do you need to know?
What actually happened here?
They killed the animals and... Why did they kill them?
Did they take anything?
No.
Think carefully now. How did it all start?
We heard the animals, their shrieks, then Smill. He shouted, and they murdered him.
You're certain it was the animals first, and then Smill? Not the other way round?
I'm certain. I'd never heard a sound like that before. Now I'll never forget it.
What happened after that?
We ran outside and it was chaos. Animals were dying, the stables were burning, and those demons everywhere.
You said they were demons?
No, just vermin.
The stables were already burning. Didn't that happen after they fled?
No, it was to set the blaze when they arrived.
How many of them were there?
Not many. There were just a few that came after us, but more round the back.
In the back? Where?
Towards the woods, to the north. They were trying to get away.
So they were yelling because of all the noise?
No, something happened. They quarrelled.
Did you see a big man among them, dressed all in black?
That cutthroat, that devil!
So he was here? Where? Where did they run to?
To the north, into the wood.
So some of them were running away and the others were fighting?
Aye, for a time.
Thanks. That's all I needed to ask.
God be with you.
How could anyone be so cruel?
See what they did here? Kill them! Find those whoresons and kill them!
How could anyone be so cruel?
What? Who's there?
Easy. I just came to ask...
I don't know it.
Are you hurt?
No, nothing. No.
What really happened here?
I don't know.
You didn't happen to hear where they came from?
No! I didn't see a...
Bantuin nih biasanya nih. Wooden rod. Apa aja sih? Out di area. Ah, itu ya. Apaan tuh? Beehive. Kecil banget ya. Keruncing-keruncing gitu.
They went deeper and deeper, for sure.
Oh, kemana ini? Oh, nggak laporan dulu nih.
We'll kill that ginger brat from the farm, and then they slice you up. We'll find those bastards, and I'll send them straight to hell myself. I'll be there, waiting for them. Don't talk that way. We'll get back to the camp and we'll take care of you, eh? No,
Mana sudah?
I'm not ready for this world. Go, before someone finds us here. Don't worry about me. You know I can't leave you here. If they find you, I know. I wanted to do it myself. I don't even have the strength for that. What kind of nonsense is that? For Christ's sake, what other options do I have?
Mana
I
sih?
won't make...
Masih di dalam.
You want to leave me here to die in agony? All right, then. How? How should I? I always do.
Mana dah?
What's that?
Mana banditnya anjing?
Who's that? The answer to my prayers. Just when I wanted to vent my rage.
Bentar, Mas. Salah gua.
I'm over here. Boa Yeho. Curse it.
Salah gua. Dia berarmor.
Gone weak at the knee.
Yo. Bleeding kayaknya dia. Waduh, itu banyak juga. Communication Callus. Boots masih bagus. Play to good. Apa itu? Spurs nggak ada Spurs. Apa nih? Search di bandit. Ini bandit udah gue search kan? Mana yang ini? Ada apa-apa? Lokasi mana sih yang ini? Oh, bandit yang ini gak? Bloody Hoofpick.
Why, it's a hoof pick. Someone in Neuhof must know more about it.
Dia punya drinking water. Ginger tadi katanya. Nanya sama Maraka.
Do you know whose hoof pick this is?
Ginger's. He was always bragging about it. Why do you ask?
I found it on one of the bandits in the woods.
But he... Because of him? Because of him they murdered us? Lord in heaven!
Wait, hold on. You think Ginger was responsible for the attack?
He ran off! Don't you see? He was acting so strange and then he ran off! Why the hell would he do that?
That does sound rather odd. And you don't know where Ginger could have gone?
Dunno. Ask Jakob.
Ya ada Ginger.
Take care now.
Jakob yang mana ini?
Another useless soldier come to ask questions.
I'm not a soldier. I'm one of the survivors from Skalitz.
Huh. I see, lad. Well then, what do you need to know?
Do you know anything about this hoof pick?
Yeah, it's Ginger's.
Any idea where I might find this Ginger?
Well, that's the thing. He packed up and left.
What?
Look, I know how he looks. But Ginger is a fine...
Where could he have fled to?
I might know. But you gotta promise me one thing.
You have my word.
Sometimes the charcoal burners come to see him. He gets on well with them. I think that's where he's gone.
And where is that?
No idea. They've always kept to themselves, you know, charcoal burners.
But the forest is full of folk like that. They could be anywhere.
Aye, except these ones won't be far. If you follow the stream from the stud farm towards Ratte, you'll come across one.
Only what?
Ginger didn't go that way, though. He always went by the big road, through the woods in the direction of Ujits.
But how can I find them?
There's always smoke when they work. You'll smell them before you see them. And they need to be near water. There's that too.
So if I go through the woods along running water, I'll find them?
Exactly. Good luck to you.
Good health to you.
I think Ginger is mixed up in it somehow.
Why do you say that?
The hoof pick I found on the dead bandit in the woods is his.
That is fucking suspicious.
He acted suspiciously when I questioned him.
What do you mean?
Well, he was squirming and didn't really say anything.
He might just have been in shock.
He disappeared right after we found those bandits in the woods. And I think I know where he went.
Where?
To the charcoal burners. He has friends there.
We've got to find him. But if his friends really are hiding him, I doubt they'll talk to my men. You should search for him, Henry. Go, before the trail turns cold. I'll send a report to Ratai.
Very well, sir.
I'll be with you.
Bisa training sekarang. Coba.
I'd like to improve my sword.
Certainly.
Oh, beli.
I'd like to practice the basics.
All right, but it'll cost. Now, pay close attention.
Farewell.
I'd like to improve my swordsmanship.
Certainly.
I'm interested in more.
Wouldn't you rather learn?
Kan gue udah level 5. Oh, level 5 sport.
Well, I'll think. Can you teach me?
Certainly.
I'd like to practice.
All right. Now, take care.
I'd like to.
Certainly.
I'd like.
Now.
Nggak naik coy. Jauh juga. Ini kuda gue mana? Dijejerin gue. Oh, ada 2. Itu. Kayak begitu.
Ya.
Lumayan lama juga ngurang kudanya. Staminanya. Hujan. Hujan mulu ini. Kapan gue nguras kolamnya? Gua ngeliat ada asap.
Ya.
Good health to you.
Have you seen Ginger around here?
Who?
A boy with ginger hair, a stable boy from Neuhof.
No one from Neuhof's been here. God be with you.
If there's something you want, better ask me first.
Good day to you.
Could you help me?
Depends what you want.
I'm looking for Ginger, a stable boy from Neuhof. They say he ran away and joined up with some charcoal burners he used to hang around with sometimes.
Sorry, there's never been a lad called Ginger around here. You have to try somewhere else.
A murder's been committed at Neuhof, and that boy likely knows who did it. It's vital I find him.
There's been murder aplenty in these parts of late.
There'll be a lot less murdering going on once I bring those bastards to justice, so...
Calm down, lad. For the love of God. There's been no one like the boy you want round here. But then again, there are other charcoal burners. Try them. You might want to hurry. You're not the first to be asking about him, and the others weren't exactly a noble-looking bunch, although they were generous with their silver.
They didn't happen to say what they wanted him for?
No, but they definitely didn't look like they wanted to invite him to a feast.
Do you have any idea where else he could have gone?
You said he was friends with the charcoal burners? Well, you'll definitely find some in the forest between Neuhof and Ujetz. There's good spots around there.
But that forest is huge. I could spend weeks searching.
Then follow the river. That's how you found us, isn't it? Where there's charcoal burners, there's always water nearby.
All right, I'll go and ask somewhere else.
God be with you.
RPG. Jalan mana deh? Pusat. Balik dulu kali. Jangan. Ya di situ nggak bisa.
Yeah.
Good day to you.
Have you got a bed for...
Certainly. For how long?
Just the one.
Sure.
Here you are.
You'll like it. Farewell.
Kadesi. Kalau lagi fast travel gini pengen sambil ke toilet atau apa. Kalau udah encounter nggak tahu deh. Arahnya kemana tuh ternyata?
Ya.
Masih pada di sini dong. Gue nggak begitu hafal jalannya. Ini apa? Ish. Bisa sih motong ya.
Ya.
Ada yang naik.
Ya.
Apa tuh? Suara airnya kedengeran sampai sini.
Ya.
Ya. Bisa gitu.
Ya.
Ini Miller nggak ada apa di sana Miller? Ada woodcutter.
Good day to you. What do you need?
Do you know where I could find who? The stable boy from Neuhoff.
Oh, I know who you mean. He went not long ago to the charcoal burners by Talmberg. Take care now.
Bener nggak lu? Bohong ini lu.
Good health.
Has anyone here?
That boy from the...
Yes, that's the one.
No, he's not here. But he popped. Good luck to you.
Udah. Monggo dia masih di sini. Gue harus nanya-nanya semua dulu.
God be...
I'm searching for...
I know him right enough.
He's run away from the stud.
Well, he's definitely not here. Take care now.
Jesus Christ.
I'm looking for Ginger.
I know him.
There's a few questions I need.
Well, he'll have to go somewhere else to find him. He doesn't...
I really must speak with him.
And you think he had a hand?
Hard to say. He ran away, but on the other hand, it seems he stabbed one of the...
Well, when you put it like that, it's clearly urgent business. I do know him. Not personally, but I've seen him around. He's friends...
Downstream by Talmberg. Somewhere by the castle.
If you follow the river to the west, you're bound to...
Yes?
Some other men have been around asking about... Take care now.
Nggak begitu jauh sih. Tapi yang ini lebih banyak abang-abang.
Yeah.
Kandung lagi sini bisa. Nabrak.
Yeah.
Jadi. Lompat. Ini anaknya bukannya.
Good day to you. What do you need?
Where are you hiding Ginger?
How did you...
Don't try that one on me. I know he's friends with a pair of twins from here. I'm here on the orders of Sir Hanush, and I need to talk to Ginger about the raid on the stud farm.
If Sir Hanush sent you, then you should deal with those two cutthroats who've been creeping around here asking about the poor boy. Won't you take...
All right, I'll deal with them. And then you'll tell me where you've got Ginger hidden, right?
Right. You get rid of...
So where can I find these bandits?
I'm not sure exactly. There's lots of places to hide around here.
That's a lot of woods to comb through.
Not all that much. There's a path around there somewhere leading to an abandoned camp. May the Lord watch over you.
Kayaknya sih ininya dimasukin ke dalam sini kali.
Come here. I know something.
Oke, apa tuh?
God be with you.
You know something about Ginger?
Udah bayar gua.
I might have heard something, and if you share a bit of...
I'm investigating a crime.
Well then, I'm sure you've got some silver on.
Good then.
You already cost me a bit of my time.
That's...
Are you pulling my...
Let's try again.
Are you pulling...
Let's try again.
Is this enough?
You're a right pinch purse. Are you pulling my pizzle?
Let's try again. Are we agreed?
More? Are you pulling...
Maunya lu.
Not bad. Not... Ginger has two mates.
Where do they take the food?
I don't know. I didn't...
Thank you. That's helpful.
Farewell. Good day to you.
I'm looking for Ginger.
Then why don't you look...
He was there.
And where did you...
Well then.
Good luck. Farewell.
Maybe you should keep an eye on your men. One of them just offered...
What? That snake...
So you are hiding him here. Stop messing me around and tell me everything...
I understand, but look. Other people have been asking about him, and I'd say it's pretty obvious what they want.
We already crossed paths, and it didn't end well for them.
What happened? Did they get the...
What?
Sounds to me like you're just saying what I want.
I did.
I'd like to hear Sir Hanush would have to say about it. I don't... Take care now.
Aduh. Mana lagi nih banditnya? Oh, gue nggak langsung make ya? Posisinya bener kan ya? Mana abandoned camp? Nggak ada kan? Aduh. Hujannya deras banget. Gua ngeliat abandon ke bener. Apa? Ntar gue nutupin dulu. Air hujannya masuk. Posisinya di sini. Mana dia? Apa dia? Pada arrow nggak sih? Mana banditnya? Mana ya gua ngeliat banditnya. Nggak ada.
Greetings, my good man. May I ask you a question?
Ask first, then I'll ask you something.
Really? Good then. We're looking for Ginger.
I was just about to ask you two the same thing. I'm looking for him too.
Then it's a pity neither of us have found him yet.
Thank heavens I've found you, though. I imagine you two might be able to tell me something about Neuhoff. Hmm?
I see. Well, we can give you a little demonstration of what happened there.
Iya, aduh. Ush. Waduh. Wah, is dead langsung gua. Wah. Nggak auto equip. Loadnya tadi bagaimana? Lihat waktunya. Oke, nah jauh anjir. No nego. Oh, ini udah sampai sini. Dari situ.
It wouldn't be the first time he vexed his master. I figured there was a wench behind it.
Aye. Remember that time he let one of the horses stray? He came running here like his off was all...
God be with you, good sir.
Farewell.
God be with you.
You know... That...
Well...
What about...
It's not enough.
Are we agreed?
Well, not bad. Not Ginger.
Where do they take... That's all you have?
If you'd already...
Farewell. Maybe you should keep an eye on your men.
What? That's...
So you are hiding him here?
I understand, but...
There's no time for that.
You'll never get to talk to Ginger if they kill him first. Is that the kind of...
But I don't know where to...
There always was.
What?
There was a camp.
That's fair.
The words of... Good luck to you.
Ini nambah satu tau. Kill the bandits, kill the bandits. Itu nambah. Itu dia tuh. Dua ini kan. Kutu. Oh, mau keluar senjata gua. Kutu. Tambah kan. Jatuh arrow gua. Gimana dah? Oh. Oke. Nggak tahu. Dulu ini minimal strength-nya. Kita nggak buang tadi.
You'll get my boy.
Ah, berdua susah juga.
What's the matter?
Gimana kameranya? Oh.
You're dead.
Susah coy. Kalau dua. Wah, susah. Ngeliatnya gimana? Astaga. Oh, ini dia.
Maybe, but so what? Soon enough, he'll just be able to point at a pile of rotting corpses. I'm going to enjoy this.
You call that combat?
Gone weak at the knees, have you?
Mereka tetap lewat sih. Atau muter satu. Oh, tinggal lah. Jangan ngelok ngapa?
Is that all you got?
Main harus kabur-kaburan dong.
You're dead.
Oh, stat 1, 1 down. Gak usah, gak mau gue mercy. Ini kenapa? Ngerti gue. Keren. Berat sih. Oh, ada silver ring. Kan kalau ngambil item dipakai atau enggak? Kayaknya kan nggak bisa dipakai. Buat lo dah. Ini gratis.
Jesus Christ be praised.
You don't have to worry about those bandits anymore.
Really?
If you want proof, I can take you to them. Maybe I should have brought you their heads.
I'll take your word for it. All right, a bargain's a bargain. Ginger is hiding out in a ruined hut not far from here. You go along the road to Ujits until you see a path to the right that leads to a small spring. There's an overgrown path that leads from there right to where Ginger is. Keep your eyes peeled, though. You could easily miss it.
Good. Thanks for your help.
God be with you.
Aku udah gue hilang. Kira kudanya hilang aja. Sekarang beli lagi.
Yeah.
Kayak rumah Hobbit.
It's not my fault. There were...
Jesus, you've led me a merry dance.
What do you want from me?
I want to ask you a couple of questions. Why did you run off like that? Where are your cronies? And why did you kill that bandit?
What?
Right, one thing at a time. Why did you kill that bandit?
What? Bandit?
This is yours, isn't it? I pulled it from the belly of a dead bandit near the stud farm.
That is mine, but I didn't stab him.
What fellow?
I don't know his name, but he's from Ujits, and he has a limp.
What can you tell me about him? How do you know him?
I saw him a few times in the tavern in Ujits, playing dice and boozing.
And?
I know he lives in a house on the edge of the village, but that's all I know. I never talked to him.
Why did you run off in such a hurry?
Because I was afraid they'd come back and kill me.
Who?
Those bandits, of course.
To get revenge on you for killing their mate?
Killing? Me? I never killed anyone. God is my witness.
I'm looking for your friends. Where are they?
The charcoal burners? They're over at the...
To hell with the charcoal burners. Where are your bandit mates?
They're not my mates. They nearly killed me. I recognized one of them, so I thought they'd come back and...
Recognized? Who was it? Talk!
I don't know his name, only that he's from...
He limps and he's from Ujits.
It's all I know.
And now tell me exactly what happened. And don't leave anything out.
That's cool.
Don't worry, I won't get bored.
All right. I woke up in the middle of the night because I needed to go for a piss. So I went out into the dark, same as usual, only there was something there that shouldn't have been. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, but it wasn't. Then it was too late. They went past and I thought they must be horse thieves. I would have yelled, only I was afraid they'd kill me. So I waited until they were out of sight and I started to sneak away, but then...
Then the slaughtering started?
Yes. I thought they'd steal the horses and ride off. That would be bad enough, but then all the killing started and flames everywhere. It was terrible, like hell itself.
And then?
It seemed some of them didn't like it either. They started squabbling among themselves, and some of them started running back where they came from, right towards me. And I had that thing in my hand, the hoof pick.
So you stabbed the first one in the belly?
No. He ran right into me. He was running fast for a fellow with a limp. He pushed me aside and I fell on the ground. Then he told me I'd better lie low if I valued my life. And he ran off with the others. I did what he said and hid. Then the rest of the gang ran past.
And then?
Then I waited in case that limping one from Ujits came back. I didn't dare come out until I was sure. I think it was almost light.
Do you know what they argued about?
I didn't hear everything, but I reckon some of them were only there to steal and wanted no part in the killing.
What about the others? Was there anything you noticed about them?
I don't know. There might have been maybe 8 of them, and 2 of them were
That sounds terrible. I know exactly how you feel.
If only I yelled.
If you had, you'd most likely be dead. It probably wouldn't.
But still.
There was nothing you could do. That's all. I've heard everything I need to hear, so I'll leave you.
Wait! What about me? Won't you help me out?
Perhaps I could.
I'd like to go back to the stud farm, but those cutthroats who want to...
They're out of the way. I ran into them on my travels.
Really?
What?
I'm afraid to go back to the farm. I ran...
Just try, and you'll see whether they drive you away or not. But if you explain it to them, they're sure to understand.
I suppose...
You Hoff.
Yeah.
Nag-o. Ya. Ada masuk. Itu apa? Oh, oke. Icon kudanya. Ada orang, Pak.
My respect.
I talked to Jim.
Out with it then. Well, he was right.
He didn't know his name. Some fellow with a limp from Ujits.
All right. Since you've gone this far, you may as well ask around in Ujits. We've enough to do here in these parts anyway. Sir Radzik will tell you about it. He said to send you to him if you haven't already been.
Lima.
Good luck to you.
Gue disuruh ke... Oh, ada di sini gue.
God bless you. What troubles you?
My lord, I managed to find a clue to the whereabouts of the bandits.
Excellent. Bernard already told me what's been happening, but I'd like to hear it straight from the horse's mouth.
The whole story, or just the gist of it, sir?
It's up to you what you consider important.
Well, in the end, I tracked down the stable boy who fled in fear of his life, and for good reason, too. He put me on the trail of a crofter from Ujit with a limp.
And his name?
The boy didn't know him by name, only by sight. But if I ask around, I'm sure folk will know who limps and keeps peculiar company. Villagers like to gossip.
But what if he's not there? He could have fled, maybe even to Kuttenberg.
If I don't find him in Ujits, I'll ask around. Someone will know something about him.
All right. Better go to Ujits then. Find this limping footpad and get the names of the others out of him. They have to face justice for what they did. I want to see them hang. Then bring him to me in Merhoyed and I'll decide on his fate.
Certainly, sir. Why choose Merhoyed?
It's somewhat at the centre of events, isn't it? And what's more, there's another stud farm there.
Sir, do you think they're going to try the same thing again?
I shouldn't think so. Everyone will be on the alert now, but the secluded dwellings are more vulnerable. There are few people in them. They're scattered everywhere and we can't guard them all.
But the bandits won't find much silver in places like that.
There's always a groschen or two, some food and so on. Anyway, how much silver did they get from slaughtering those horses?
True. If they'd stolen them, they could have sold them. Those were fine animals.
Exactly. It's not about the silver. It's about something else.
But what?
Creating fear. Such great terror that you won't even squeak when they come to cut your throat. Never mind raise your hand against them. Fear that will root you to the spot, staring like a rabbit entranced by a stoat, waiting for the death blow to fall. Helpless to do anything about it. May the Lord watch over you.
Oh ya, belum kebuka ya tempat. Oh ya. Mampir kemana dulu? Enggak sih, kayak nggak perlu. Belum pada balik ke Scarlet. So. Cari makan dulu nih.
God be with you.
Can we?
If you've got good luck to you.
Ada item yang lucu. Ini apa? Repair kit ya? Oh, pernah dapet? Belum dapet. Nggak ada lebih gede defense-nya.
Yeah. Yeah.
Accident. Abandon. Salah jalan. Kayaknya agak tinggi soalnya.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, kotanya gede juga. Gede ini. Siapa tuh? Udah ngumpul. Ngapain mereka upacara? Sebenarnya gimana? Pacaran.
Move along, citizens. Move along. There's nothing to see here.
That's what you call nothing to see. I'd like to know what something to see looks like.
By the keys of St. Peter, this is all I need. We'll have to send word to Sir Hanush.
That might not be necessary.
Who are you?
I'm Henry of Skalitz, in the service of Hanush's Captain Bernard. I'm investigating the attack at Neuhof, and I think this could be related.
Well, I'm the bailiff of Auschwitz. And I say we don't want any of that kind of trouble around here. What makes you think this has anything to do with Neuhof?
One of the folk at the stud farm recognized someone from Auschwitz among the bandits.
We have no bandits or murderers around here.
Really? They say he had a limp?
Shit. Well, allow me to introduce you to Limpy Lubosh. Or all that's left of him.
Apa tuh? Ew.
Sakra.
Nothing's
Sakra.
ever easy. I'll have to take a look around and ask a few more questions, if that's all right with you.
You can take this mess off my hands and welcome to. As for what else there is to find out, I don't know. But look and ask all you like.
Who was Limpy Lubosh?
A poor crofter and a scoundrel. Can't say I'm too surprised what happened to him. He kept company with all sorts of vermin. He was always getting into some kind of trouble. Punch-ups in the tavern and what have you.
How come he limped?
He got that from some villainy or brawl a long time ago.
Has he been up to anything suspicious lately?
I don't know. The last few days he didn't go anywhere. He was home the whole time. But he always kept everyone in the village at arm's length.
Did he have any kith or kin in the village?
None. A loner he was. I don't know the last time I saw him with anyone.
Do you happen to know where he was on the night of the Neuhof raid?
I've no idea. He kept his distance from other folk, so you never knew if he was away or holed up at home.
Aduh. Emang kok jadi beda ya?
When did you find the body? And did anyone see anything?
Just now. And nobody saw or heard anything. I don't know how they could gut him like that without someone hearing him scream.
Another thing about Lubosh.
Oh, nggak ada lagi.
God be with you.
Udah berjejer ya.
I've come in the name of Sir Hanush of Lipa. I'm investigating the massacre in Neuhof, and now a murder here as well. Can I ask you a few questions?
I don't know nothing about it.
That man Lubosh who was murdered, what was he like?
I didn't really know him. He kept to himself, even in the tavern.
Have you noticed anything
Come to think of it, he was in church yesterday. I was wondering what he was up to take to the faith all of a sudden. But I
Dark
suppose
church.
no sin's too dark for God's mercy.
Do you know what Lubosh was doing the day Neuhoff was raided?
I was coming from the tavern very late that night, and he looked like he was in a hurry. It was only a shadow against the sky, but after what happened...
Do you know anyone Lubosh used to spend...
Not with anyone from the village. He used to sit in the tavern next to us some...
That's all.
Farewell.
My respects to you.
I've come in the name of Sahan...
Of course.
That man Lubosh who was...
He was a drunk.
Have you noticed anything suspicious
Well, now I think of it.
Do you...
Not a clue.
Do you know anyone...
He was a loner.
That's all.
May the Lord watch over you.
God be with you.
Who was...
You could see at first glance he...
Have you...
There wasn't sight or sound of him for a long time.
Do you know what Lubosh...
I don't think he was...
Do you know who Lu...
As far as I know.
That's all.
God bless. Mother of...
I've come...
Ask away.
Who was...
He was a drunkard and a beat.
Have you...
The only thing seems suspicious...
Do you know what...
What do I care about?
Do you know who Lu...
He was always...
Do you know who Lubosh...
He was always...
That's all.
May the Lord watch over you.
Banyak banget.
Good day to you.
Night.
Sama.
That's all.
Farewell.
Itu dong.
God be with you. So...
Mana beda?
That man Lu...
He was a
Have you noticed...
I...
Do you know what...
I don't...
Do you know anyone...
I really don't.
Do you know anyone...
I...
That's all.
Farewell.
My respects.
I've come...
I don't know.
That's all.
May the Lord watch over you.
Namanya Maple.
Good day to you. What do you need?
I've...
Sir Hanush.
That's all.
Farewell. Good health to you.
I've come in... That's...
Yeah. Yeah.
Kecil juga tangannya. Belum nyampe. Gue kira gue udah sampai sini. Main gede sini. Uzits. Church-nya paling gede kan.
The blessings of our good Lord be with you, Father. I'm here in the name of Sahanush of Lipa, investigating the massacre at Neuhoff, which seems to be connected to a murder here. Can I ask you a few questions?
It seems Sir Hanush is employing children as investigators. But ask as you wish, boy. I hope that...
Did you know Lubosh?
Bit of a lost soul. Simple.
Did you notice anything suspicious recently?
My child. All sorts of suspicious things have been going on recently.
That's really not a lot of help to me, Father.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Do you know what Lubosh was doing on the day Neuhoff was...
Unfortunately, I do know. And I'd like to...
What?
I'm bound by certain vows that forbid me to tell you.
Vows more important than catching dangerous murderers? Father, surely you can't be serious. There must be situations in which you can make an exception.
There are things that apply always, no matter what the circumstances.
But Lubos is dead. You can't hurt him.
If I told you, if people...
Worse than the death.
No one is...
Do you have any work that needs doing?
My dear lad, I have more worries than I have to deal with a local
A witch?
The herb woman, old Gertrude. That devious hag who will stoop to anything. Like all...
No, don't tell me. The cows are giving blood instead of milk, and
This is no laughing matter. Gertrude isn't evil. She just has peculiar ideas about what's good for people. A little bird told me she incited some Ujet's women to witchery.
A little bird told you, did it?
You know how good people are at seeing the splinter in another's eye and not the beam in their own.
In other words, someone's been gossiping. What do you want me to do?
I want you to go and see her and find out what she's been up to. I know she
Run,
lives
boy.
in fear of the Holy Church, so tell her I sent you. That will make her talk and think twice about encouraging witchcraft. If you learn that she truly did involve folk in some foolishness, find out all you can and deal with it.
Consider it done.
Good. And never fear. I'm a man who always pays his debts.
Farewell. Saya butuh ini, Pak. Kan butuh... Ntar gue malah dibayar, nggak dikasih info. Gue mau cari.
Yeah.
Trader or not?
Good day to you. God be with you.
Jauh juga. Jalan kecil juga. Bukan? Bukan. Ah, iya. Lompat kak, lompat please. Nyangkut.
Yeah.
Sering banget ujiannya ini. Apa itu? Oh, paling diajakin gambling. Ya gambler ya. Bahaya. Bahaya. Ada siapa lagi? Mas. Sore. Ya ya. Ini kan? Beri. Wah, alchemy bench. Di sini nggak hujan. Alchemy bench mah.
Good day to you. What do you need?
Would you teach me something about...
Certainly.
I'd like to practice the...
All right. Now, goodbye.
I've come in the name of Sir Hanish of...
Ask all you...
Who was this Lubosh who was murdered?
Those that live by the sword...
Have you noticed anything suspicious recently?
Everything about him was...
Do you know what Lubosh was doing?
How would I know?
Do you know who... That's all. I've come from the priest. They're saying you incited some women to witchcraft.
Me? Witchcraft? That's nothing but idle chatter.
Don't you know that witches get burned alive?
There's no need for trouble. I'll tell you everything. I've done a very foolish thing. It's preying on my mind so much I can't sleep a wink.
But I'm supposed to believe an old witch has pangs of conscience.
Laugh if you like, but it's not a word of a lie. You probably know I sell various magic lotions and potions alongside my herbs. Well, there's one I wish I hadn't sold. You see, Vera, Zlata, and Kuta from Uzhitz wanted a magic ointment from me. I kept refusing them, but in the end, I let them talk me into it.
What kind of ointment was it?
One that will show you a world no one else can see. A place of wonder and terror. The flowers might start talking to you, or the earth could swallow you up. I don't know if it's the work of the devil or of God himself, but the ointment has that power. But it could poison any person who doesn't know how to use it right.
So all this talk of witches anointing themselves and then flying to their sabbaths on broomsticks.
The ointment could make a person see such things. But it was stupid of me letting those foolish women get their hands on it. They could poison themselves or fall off a cliff while they're lost in a dream.
Will you give me the ointment recipe?
It contains belladonna and the herb Paris, both quite poisonous plants.
So why did you give them the ointment at all?
Because I'm soft-hearted. You see, one of those women, Vera, lost her whole family in Skalitz. And Zlata's husband. They said they wanted to use the ointment to speak with me.
I understand how they feel.
Judge not, lest ye be judged.
Their plea or the clink of their... And why are you so worried about them all of a sudden?
I'm losing sleep over it. Firstly...
They burned them alive.
That they did.
It didn't bother you before. What did they want the ointment for?
Each one of them lost...
I've heard enough.
If you've heard enough, you must understand.
Very well. But only because...
Thank you 1,000-fold. I'll go to the Reverend. My good luck, then.
Paganism. Apa nih? Pelanggan juga, Pak. Kalau nggak ada bandit aja di tempat kalian. Kayaknya sih ada ini. Oh, ada. Udah jarang. Hujan mulu. Paling deket mana? Ini aja dah. Kita tidur dulu ya.
Stay away from people if you can't find a horse. You're morons.
Segar tuh. Ramai. Lodging kan? Oh bukan lodging, lodgingnya di depan. Gelap banget. Gak bisa keluar bos. Gak bisa tidur kan? Baru jam segini. Mana ini? Gue mau cari abang innkeeper. Mana innkeeper? Lodging kan?
Good evening.
Oh ngomong sama dia.
Can I sleep?
All right. For how long?
Just the one night.
No problem.
Here you go.
You've got it all.
Where do I go to?
You'll have no trouble finding it. Right inside the door to the building, there's a ladder up to the loft. Your bed's ready there, and... May the Lord watch over you.
Yang mana ini? Yang ini. Tidurnya pakai torch dong. Keren.
I'll have to get something to eat. I'm starting to get hungry.
Masih nggak? Waduh. Kecewa gue, disappointed aja. Apa itu? Udah pagi kok. Kaki gue sakit kan. Oh, gue nyeker ya? Enggak sih. Ini udah pada rusak armor. Gue gak tau cara nge-repair.
God be with you.
I've come.
I don't know.
That's all.
That's all.
Goodbye.
Ini innkeeper ya? Kenapa gak bisa ngomong sama dia?
Good health to you.
I've come. That's all.
Bye.
Is there anything?
You're up. Good luck to you.
Gila, aku banyak banget sumpah ini voice-nya. Yang isi suaranya. Atau agak jauh. Itu hujannya berapa? Seminggu. Lama banget. Oh, langit. Kalah game mulu nih. Kiri.
Ya.
Ayo, bentar. Nggak kelihatan. Masih di depan.
Ya.
Terus. Gitu ya. Sempit lah. Mana tadi orangnya? Oh, ini.
What's in there?
Oi.
I've come in the name of.
I don't...
That's all. I've heard something about a magical.
Really? I'd like to know where from.
The herb woman sent it.
Gertrude.
It's not about the money. She's concerned about.
It can't...
I've heard something. The priest is.
The priest?
That's enough.
Oh, it's threats.
Gimana nih aja?
I've heard the herb.
Go-
She'd like to know just.
Oh, gila gede banget. Gue baru lihat.
You can tell her...
Sumpah. Gede banget.
I've heard something. The priest.
The priest?
Hey. It could be dangerous.
So I'm supposed to believe...
She warned you it was.
Ya ampun.
I've heard something of.
Really?
The priest. It could be dangerous.
So I'm supposed...
She'd like to know what.
But we already talked...
Masa harus diambil tuh? Apa dah?
Good day to you. Take care now.
Ada orang lagi di situ.
I've heard something. The herb. It's not about them.
It can't have got...
Gue ngeliat rambutnya.
I've come in.
I don't know...
Gue ajak berantem aja nih.
That's all. I've heard.
Really?
I don't quite know.
Only a herbal ointment.
Ngapain gue follow ya? Tadi gue mau cari reputationnya di mana? Orangnya banyak banget. Ini apa sih? Visits a village. Follow the woman to the woods. Dia malah ke rumah.
Be off now. You don't belong here.
Iya. Ada Korea. Ngerti. Pengen.
Okay. That's. I heard
You heard that?
the priest is.
The priest can go to hell. It's because of.
You do know that.
What do I?
I heard the herb.
Gertrude? What?
That's not the point.
We know all that.
Harus pakai dangerous approach-nya.
I've come in the name.
Ask.
That's all. I heard some.
You.
The priest.
The priest. It's because.
Berapa sih poinnya? Gedean dia ya. Battle tapi pas.
I don't quite know what's going.
Look, there's no need to make threats. There's nothing going on. Our souls are. Visit.
Satu lagi. Wah, dia belum ke hutan ya.
Yeah.
Si belokannya.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mbak.
Yeah.
What's going on out there?
What do you think is going on? Ah, udah lagi makan.
I've heard something.
What?
It might interest.
The priest.
What I've heard.
Burning.
Yes, burning.
To hell with it.
I'm not here to.
Foolish.
Jadi gimana? Udah kelar?
I've heard. It might. I don't quite know what's going.
We want to put the ointment. Come and see for yourself if.
Eh. Oh iya, aku disuruh beliin.
What's that?
What's that?
What do you think was that? There's something else. Ya. Belum kesini. Mapnya lucu ya. Cobweb buat apaan ya? So.
Hey!
Have you got a bed?
Ah, there's room.
Just the.
You've got it all.
May the Lord watch over you.
Alah. Ampun. Terus tungguin malam. Lama. Yang escape time. Tukang tidur aja. Mereka belum bergerak. chain questnya gitu banget ya. Lo harus ngelesain satu quest. Nanti satu questnya itu minta lo buat nyelesain satu quest lagi. Gila. Ntar ada lagi anjing. Yang ini lumayan. Mereka udah desa. Kenapa nih? Gue lapar nih. Lapar apa ngantuk? Gue kira remang-remang gitu. Gue takut salah jalan. Ya, harus ada dapat brok. Apa nih? Gue gak minta dia buat carry apa-apaan. Ya. Gue baru ingat kalau harus bisa bawa barang. Seingat gue gak ada saddlebags gitu deh. Belum beli loh. Cahaya di kanan. Depan beneran gelap nih. Gak ada tikus loh. Ada deket. Mereka mau kemana? Mereka udah balik. Ya, gimana? Lagi ngetrends kah? Mereka nggak pakai ini cahaya sama sekali dong.
I've come in the... That's all.
Mereka nggak pakai cahaya sama sekali jualannya. Ya. Ini ya. Mereka nongkrong di sini. Kapan gua? Ya. Pulang lagi. Belum midnight sih kalau. Tunggunya yang mager. Oh iya. Danger sekali. Ada ular gitu apa? Ya. Terang rumahnya. Lagi gelap-gelap. Numpang tidur sini. Balik lagi gua. Mati gue. Oh sudah. Mati gue.
Good day to you. What do you need?
For how long?
Where do I go to sleep?
May the Lord watch over you.
Don't you start. Oh well, I wouldn't mind a bite to eat, actually.
Good luck to you.
Buset. Terus dulu.
Farewell.
Udah lah. Belum midnight. Yuk gue. Oh mereka berubah di jalan. Ah ini masih nungguin sih. Ini ke pause nggak tuh? Pause. Lapar. Mana ada? Kok nggak pada jalan? Astaga. Kemana dah? Mereka jalannya jam berapa sih? Gue tungguin. Belum jalan juga. Belum jalan. Belum bergerak. Jalan nggak tuh? Oh, jalan dong. Lagi tidur kali ya? Oh, nggak jalan. Tunggu. Misi tailing atau escort itu agak lama ya. Tidur lagi. Saya sih tidur. Iya. Tidur. Kapan mereka ke hutan ya? Ngerti gua.
Well, I never. Something you're looking for here? Hmm? Hey? Hey? Hmm?
21.
Yeah.
Push.
Yeah.
Aduh. Mati ya yang gue nungguin. Makanan lagi. Codingnya lama kalau ini. Kalau apa itu?
Yeah.
Lovely, delicious cabbage!
Gue lupa.
Yeah.
I feel quite hungry.
Thief!
Cariin.
Good day to you.
Can I sleep here?
Aye. For how long?
Just the.
Oh.
Hey.
Pistet gue buat. Gak ini. Gak. Mandi lagi. Aku mah. Karen. Mereka di jalan. Jalan kan? Nah, dia udah berada di sana.
Yeah.
Bener kan gua?
Yeah.
Agak. Gue sampai mana ya? Sekitaran sini sih. Noise. Ini noise gue. Kok masih ada prak. Deal juga lama-lama. Apa masih ada bunyi lagi? Gak ada noise nih. Noise kosong nih. Biar maling. Aja. Gak kelihatan. Gue nabrak orang. Ada sapi dong. Hutan. Ya gue main game open world gak pernah lihat sapi masuk ke dalam. Kok nggak di lapangan. Mereka bawa lantern nih. Dapat apa ini? Burger. Wah, mantap. Gue udah follow ngapain?
We're here. We all know what to do, don't we?
I'm not altogether sure. Gertrude didn't want to say anything about that, so all we know is what we came up with ourselves. Damn. I feel all peculiar, though.
The ointment is the main thing, and we'll think up some
Waduh.
I hear someone coming. Who's there? Is it you, Kuta?
No, I'm still over here.
What's going on here?
Welcome, Prince of Darkness. And make yourself at home. What would you like us to do? We will fulfill your every wish if you fulfill ours.
Prince of Darkness? What in God's...
Why are you
testing you?
A magic ointment? We are ready to...
I'll give you anything you ask.
I knew it.
In return, you'll have to... Shit.
Oi.
Oh, that ointment. You smeared the ointment on me.
Fear not, my lord. Nothing will happen to you. It's all part of the ceremony.
Oh, shit. What the fuck? What did you do to me?
Apa itu?
Are you quite well after your long journey?
Huh?
From the gates of hell to here? When will you take care of the humans?
I got rid of my horns and hooves along the way. And, keep my tail in my breeches. I only get it out for special... How come you're a talking mare?
What mare?
I flew in on a tree branch.
Flying... What's that?
Will you serve me?
Oh, yes. Me? No.
And what about the other one? Why doesn't she speak up?
Kuta, you chicken! Speak up!
I want you. Hen. Hen. I could do with a bite to eat.
Gue jadi binatang. Jadi kayak Valheim. Lockpick. Apa itu lockpick? Duit cover tuh. Unlock.
That was tough. Oh, but I'm all dizzy again.
What is wrong with you? Is something going to come of it or not?
I need to sleep.
Bugger sleep! What was that? What is it? Someone coming!
Prince of Darkness.
Bring it on!
Aduh, nggak bisa lagi cuy. Gue lagi bugi. Waduh coy, tembak gua.
Are you gonna cry now?
Astaga, nggak keluar lagi skater gua.
Now you're fucked!
Ada dua.
You have vanished too. Be here somewhere.
Mati satu. Apa itu yang nyerang gue ini? Asal nggak ngebiarin mereka ngeroyok lo nggak bakal mati. Harus satu-satu gitu.
What happened here? Shit! Oh my god. These were no demons, just flesh and blood woodcutters. I'll never be able to explain this to anyone. That fucking ointment. Damn that old hag. Now what?
Waduh.
I feel quite hungry.
Atau si nenek. Oh, dia tinggal di sini.
I found out more about the Ujit's witchcraft.
Pray, do tell.
The women have got hold of some magic lotion from the herb.
For the love of heaven.
I followed them to where they held their Sabbath. They summoned the devil.
Oh my God.
The women were completely out of their minds from that ointment. Then some woodcutters stormed in. They wanted to put a stop to the witch.
Good God.
I had to kill the woodcutters to save those women from them.
For Christ's sake. How could you? Such needless slaughter. Those men...
The woodcutters were beside themselves with rage, baying for the women's blood. There was no...
There must have been an...
I did everything I could.
The good Lord observes your deeds. Pray for the souls of those unfortunate Christians. At least you see where dancing with the devil can take you. God be with you.
Oh, gue kira dia bakal ngasih tahu gue.
Good day to you.
Father Lube, if I don't find out...
I wouldn't. Suppose we talk...
All right.
Good luck to you.
In the evening. Udah gue mana lagi? Emang gue masih bayar apa? Biar kali. Udah lapar banget tuh.
Good day to you.
Oh, bisa dibeli? X-nya nggak mau dipencet. Di dalam tuh.
I'll be right back with that.
Pull me an ale.
Nungguin ini nih. Minum-minum.
Hey, I'm dying of thirst here.
Istrinya. Lu ngajak istrinya.
I'm sorry I can't tell you everything. But first I'd like to hear something about you, my son. With whom do I...
I'm from Skalitz.
Oh, I'm sorry. What about your kin?
They're dead.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It must have been terrible.
Here you are. And good
It
health.
was terrible. It seemed so pointless. We had no warning. They just appeared and began the slaughter.
Ya gue cerita
God
berapa
knows
orang,
why.
udah 3 orang.
They killed anyone who didn't make it to the shelter of the castle. My parents, my girl, even the Deutsch who was on Sigismund's side. I didn't make it to the castle. I wanted to try and help my parents, but there was nothing I could do. Then I fled to Talmberg with the Cumans on my heels. They almost killed me.
My poor child. And how did you come to get this assignment? I'd have expected Sir Hanish to send that old grouch, Bernard.
He did, but I found a witness and the trail led here to Ujit, so he sent me here to follow it up.
Ah, well, congratulations. It's nice to see someone using their head to find things out. Now the most important thing. What actually happened at Noyo? The good folks hereabout are saying all...
The rumours aren't exaggerated this time, unfortunately. The Neuhof stud farm was raided by bandits, but they didn't come to pillage or even take the horses. They only wanted to kill. They maimed the horses and slaughtered some people. I'm sure they would have killed more, but the bandits quarrelled among themselves and broke off the attack. And judging by what's left of our Lubosh, they're still settling accounts.
I see it's every bit as bad as people claimed. Dreadful. Well then, here's to those poor...
I've told you all about me. Now it's your turn, Father. Well, we've had an agreeable chat, but now let's get down to business. So, about this confessional seal.
Henry, that's not how it works. There are matters in which you can't make if people stop believing in the church because
Ada yang
their
dengerin.
professional secrets are betrayed.
Wah, ini
They
berdua
won't
ngomong
trust
apaan?
anyone, and that's worse than even the most hideous crime.
I understand, but that means I've reached a dead end. Those cutthroats will strike again, and I can't stop them.
Chin up, lad. I might have a solution.
What?
If I tell you what Lubosh told me, I'd be betraying the confessional secret. But, first thing tomorrow, I'll try something I think might help you.
Word of honor?
On my soul.
I always wondered about the things a priest tells his congregation. Where on earth do you get the ideas for your sermons?
Well, Ujits is in Prague. It's not enough to instruct people. They have to be entertained, too. If I only read from the Bible, I'd soon be preaching to an empty church.
Our priest wasn't exactly a bard. So what do you preach to your flock about?
It has to be something topical, condemning vices, and of course describing them in detail. The tongue lashing about the two popes goes down well these days, and stories from real life with a nice moral to them are popular as well, especially if they're about fornication and similar scandalous vices.
Ooh. Can you give me an example?
Well, recently a priest by the name of Jan Hus started preaching in Prague, in the Czech language. I hear he always has a full house. A journeyman who heard him told me what Hus is preaching, and I like the sound of it. I'm
The art of
thinking about
preaching.
putting it in my own repertoire.
What's so amazing about it?
The preaching of Master Jan Hus about Mother Church. The lamentable wealth in which the church is drowning has turned to poison. And nearly the whole of Christendom is just like a flock of hungry ravens. They settled on this land to devour every grain. They know no mercy. Their hearts are corrupted by longing for wealth. You want to baptize a child? Pay. You want to steal and murder? Pay and you will have absolute. What if the devil himself were to pay? Would he ascend to heaven too?
Ooh.
With such money gained from the poor, they buy beautiful horses to ride and needless servants
Dia
to
malah
pamper
preaching
them.
sekarang.
They gamble at dice and dress their whores in expensive furs, while Jesus Christ walked barefoot and had no place to lay his head. Look to your consciences, you robbers of the poor, for you are seen by God and his people too. Amen.
Amen.
Well, this Jan Hus character is quite a rebel.
Oh, the congregation will love it.
I
Istrinya
don't doubt
kabur.
it.
Let's drink to that.
Funny. That last bit reminds me of someone.
What do you mean? My situation's completely different. I'm one with them in poverty and suffering and everything that troubles them.
What do you think of this Jan Hus?
He's certainly a wise man. If he got out of Prague...
Where can I find out more about?
You like it? I copied down some of his sermons. If you're...
Oh, ini scribe ya?
Don't you think it's a bit...
No, I don't.
What do the common folk think of it?
They like it. They're happy to hear someone say what in a few years it'll have grown beyond control. You mark...
Yeah, unless they burn him at the stake.
Nonsense. They can't burn a master of the most...
Thanks for the sermon, but I think I've been morally uplifted enough. It's getting quite late.
What do you suppose? We have a drink. Of course.
Ah, that sounds like a good plan.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Goblok. Ada level drinkingnya lagi.
Přišla bída mora hlad, to neustojí žádnej chlap. Na kraj padnul děsej smutek, kdo měl nohy ráno utek, děti v mouženský mají strach, kdo včera žil, dneska je prach. Už se jí bojí svatý muži, nechtěl bych bejt v jejich kůži. Nám je to jedno a tak si dáme jedno a požadem si huby jako poslední den. Půjde se mámy, panorama slávy a tak vypal sudy a posaď se mi sem, tak posaď se sem a vypal je ven. Ukaž kozy jako vozy, zítra jen tu jsou nejdem, tak nalej mi hned, ať točí se svět.
Enough of this! Bailiff! Come on over here, sit down and have a drink with us.
Don't vex me again, Father. It's 3 hours past dusk, and curfew is long gone. So what? So, I'll have you all whipped and put in the stocks, and I'll write a letter to the bishop about you, priest.
Well, nothing to worry about then. Everyone knows the only one around here who can write is me.
Enough! Men, throw them out. Oh, come on. Ah!
Oh. You looking for a fight? Henry, back me up.
Gue paling nggak bisa tonjok-tonjokan aja. Oh, dibantuin. Waduh, sakit banget.
You call that cop?
Waduh, kena lagi.
Over here! Quick! Alarm!
Orang lagi berantem ada di sini.
Everyone here!
Damn it!
Quick!
Alarm!
Gimana sih? Ada itu loh. Coba kalau gue restore. 2, 3. Ada aja sih orang lagi berantem lewat di tengah aja ketonjok. Alah. Keluar armor dulu. Ini apa? Bisa makan. Bisa sleep kan?
My pleasure.
I'm sorry,
It was God.
And how? Now? Henry.
What? Thanks for this.
What do you suppose?
Tolong lepas dulu. Bahaya banget sini, banyak orang lewat. Udah gue dipukul.
Yeah!
Ada lagi yang lewat. Bahaya.
Take that!
Udah kelar. Gimana gue nih? Gue lagi mabok, Pak. Hilang.
Godwin, you're a buffoon.
Here we are. Look at this beauty.
Oh. We can't do this, can we?
Who says? Get ringing, wench.
This is wonderful.
Ah, bloody oath. And now, my dears, comes the climax of the evening.
Waduh.
Godwin, you old goat.
Come here. Oh.
Freak.
Waduh. Malah main sama Mbe lagi dia. Bawaan gue berat. Masih sampai pagi ya.
Well, I have to say that was a fine evening.
Aduh.
Godwin, you beast. Get up. Do you hear me? Wake up, you drunkards.
Oh, fucking hell. Where the... Oh, what the... Oh, who the hell are you? Oh, Henry. My great friend, Henry. And we have a wonderful time.
Well, you certainly did, you old lecher. Now you better pull yourself together quick. You haven't much time. There's some water and something to eat on the table there, but if I were you, I would move my hairy arse before my flock eats me alive.
Oh, step on in my head. My guts. Oh, my poor suffering stomach. Oh, what was that woman on about? Before my flock eats me alive. I've forgotten something. What have I forgotten?
Where the fuck am I?
What the fuck was it? Oh. Mass! Oh shit, I have to say mass. I gotta say mass. You have to help me.
How? You're the priest.
I can't do it in this state. Maybe the liturgy. But I have to give a sermon as well. Oh, this is a disaster. They're gonna excommunicate me. I'd like to help you, but you can. You can do the sermon for me.
What? So, first I investigate a murder no one wants investigated. Then I drunkenly keep the whole town up all night.
And now you want me to preach at them from the pulpit? Do you want them to burn us at the stake?
No. No, I've got it. Suppose that Sir Ratzig's protege. You just came from studying in Prague. And you want to share the words of Master Jan Hus, who you recently heard preaching there. Henry, look, from what I remember, we might have overdone it a bit last night. And if the bailiff or someone else complains about me, the bishop's gonna have my guts for garters. So I'd appreciate it. Stop gaping at me like a stuffed squirrel and start helping.
You're mad. You're stark raving mad.
I'm not. It's a perfect plan. It's flawless. Oh. How about this? If you help me with this, I'll tell you who Lubosh's cronies are.
Wait, the confessional still is.
We'll never get away with it.
Not if you make a...
So all at once the confessional seal isn't so sacred?
Don't mock...
Well, all right.
No, neither...
What do you want me to do exactly?
I'll go and start the liturgy. Then I'll introduce you. You give the sermon I told you yesterday in the tavern, and that's that. No need to drag it out. If it turns out well, I'll tell you what I know about Lubosh.
Christ almighty. Fine then. We have a deal.
Wonderful. Let's get to it then. What's the matter with you? We have to start mass. It's already late.
Yeah. What reputation loss?
I thought he'd never show up. The swill.
Look at him. He can hardly walk after his capers last night.
You were with them, you beast. Just you.
Okay, Joan.
Mother of God, any minute now he'll throw up.
So I couldn't sleep a wink last night with all that clamor.
In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Accepit panem in sanctas at venerabiles a manus suas. Hoc facite in meam commemorationem.
Brothers and sisters, you may have had the honor of meeting Henry from Skalitz, who is here at the behest of Sir Hanush to investigate that heinous crime at Neuhof. You might not know that Henry recently visited Prague, where, by the grace of God, was able to hear Master Jan Hus from the esteemed Charles University preaching. I've managed to persuade Henry to stand here today in my stead and tell us what he heard. Because, as you all probably know, Jan Hus is a very popular preacher in Prague. So, Henry, you may begin.
Now I'm curious which one of them will puke.
Minus lagi.
Brothers and sisters, let me get straight to the point. I'd like to talk about the church and how corrupt it is.
That whelp wants to preach about the church.
One should not believe in the church, because the church is not God. God is above all things, and the church is but a means to salvation, which the prelates do not care to hear.
He's right.
It is the corruption of God's pastors here on earth that has brought misfortune on our heads. Plague, cumens, hunger, and chaos. The accursed wealth that the church is drowning in is poisoning almost the whole of Christendom. When dogs are fighting over a bone, take the bone and they will stop. Just like the flock of ravens that has descended on this land to peck up every speck of gold and silver. They show no mercy. Their hearts are poisoned by covetousness. They trade everything. Everything is for sale. You want to baptize a child? Pay. You want to steal and murder? Pay, and you will have absolution. And the prelates sin and give themselves absolution.
For shame! Shame upon them!
It is the custom of the gluttonous prelates and monks to preach against sin. But what do they know of us ordinary folk? Let us remember the marriage at Cana, where our Lord Jesus Christ himself feasted with the other guests and drank his fill. And when the wine was gone, he performed a miracle and created more. He, whose companions were poor travellers, simple folk, prostitutes and troublemakers, performed a miracle so the feast could continue.
Now that's the kind of sermon I like to hear.
No, brothers and sisters. Jesus did not condemn alcohol. Drink to lighten the cross you bear in this vale of tears, but not with such abandon that you cannot keep holy the Sabbath. For there should be moderation in all things, and it is not drinking itself that is sinful, but intemperance and beastly indulgence.
He's right!
Enough about sin, which the prelates are so fond of preaching about, and whose absolution they promise if you only pay enough coin to Mother Church. What if the devil himself were to pay? Will the bishops tell us he too would ascend to heaven? And what about those bishops? They sin without remorse, and with the money grasped from the poor for indulgences, they keep fine horses and hordes of servants to pamper them. They play dice and garb their mistresses in expensive furs, while Christ, the Lamb of God, walked barefoot and had nowhere to lay his head. Look to your consciences, you robbers of the poor, for you are seen by God and his people too.
Down with the prelates. Away with them.
We're fortunate to have our good father Godwin. At least he's a fair and simple man.
God sees what is happening on earth, and he is filled with righteous wrath that those who should seek the salvation of souls instead seek mammon and the idle comfort of lucrative posts. Blessed are the shepherds who share the poverty of their flock, who are as one with you and bear with you the burden of this earthly pilgrimage, who do not condemn your venial sins.
Oi! All honor to Godwin! Let him drink like one of us!
That is all I heard in Prague. Amen.
The lad spoke well, considering what a soak he is.
He's right, Daniels.
The young man shouldn't drink so much, but the Lord's given him a
I'm
silver
glad he
tongue.
came here. I don't suppose I'll ever get to Prague, and he told it nicely.
Well, well, my boy, you have talent, and I can't deny it. And you pulled a thorn from my side. I almost didn't make it.
Yeah, I noticed. And I wasn't the only one.
Oh, what's to be done? I'll make it up somehow.
So, about our bargain.
Although it's a sin.
So petty. And fornication.
God does forgive a penitent.
So,
What did Limpy Lubosh tell you? Was he at Neuhof that day? Who was with him? And where are they now?
Now slow down. I'm sorry, but he didn't tell me that much.
Don't let me down after all I've been through. For you...
Well, now Lubosh came to me shortly after it happened. His conscience was gnawing at him. And I must say, in the end, he turned out to be a better man than he looked. He said they'd been hired through some crony of theirs. And at first they were just to steal some horses. But then it all turned sour and people started getting killed. And neither he nor his cronies wanted anything to do with that. So they fell out from the gang and fled.
Fell out? Yeah, there was a body found in the woods by Neuhof.
That would explain something. Lubosh kept jabbering that he wasn't a murderer, that he didn't want to do it.
So I know that Lubosh killed the murderer and he's dead too. The trouble is, I need to find the ones who are still alive. I need names and places. Did he mention any of the others?
Only nicknames. Talked about some fella called Riki from Ledechko, Pius, Timmy.
Pius. That lot are about as pious as I am ordained.
Nonsense. You would make an excellent priest. And anyhow, with your skills, you ought to be able to sniff out this Riki from Ledechko, right?
Well, we'll have to now. There's not much else to go on. Let's hope he's not hanging from the wall too.
Indeed. And I'd hate to be excommunicated for nothing. Anyhow, good luck. You watch out for yourself. These people clearly mean business. And I'd like to raise a tankard with you again sometime.
Yeah, that's right. Although I'm not sure I'd survive another night of your debauchery.
And if anyone should ask, you heard nothing from me. I'll deny everything.
I don't doubt it.
Set minus. Just gue mana? Lebih deket sih. Ngantuk ya.
Good health to you.
Have you got a bed for the night?
I suppose I could. For how long?
Just the one night.
All right.
Here
You're like. May the Lord watch over you.
Hah. Kalau kasurnya. Ya, kenapa tuh? Ngantuk-ngantuk banget tuh. Oh, sakit kepala. Apa lagi tuh ini? Ada air nggak minum air.
I'm looking for a fellow called Riki. Do you know him?
Riki? You mean Hinnick, the courier's son?
Maybe. Do you know where?
He's not usually around here. Try asking at his home, but I hope you got a thick skin. The old courier ain't exactly charming.
So you know this Hinnick? Can you?
Not much. I confess.
Why's that?
No one with a nose likes spending too much time around tanners. And that Riki keeps back.
Why do they call him?
He's a tanner, isn't he? If you're ever downwind of him.
True enough.
Well, Hennick's nature's no sweeter.
What can you tell me about?
He's as cantankerous as a hog in a thorn bush.
Why has he got such a bad name?
Well, I heard he got a taste of the pillory in Rata.
So a bit more than...
Just so.
Don't tell me there's not a single...
He's been seen around with one of the bathhouse wenches. Adele.
Di mana ini? Mandi dulu apa?
Good God.
I'd like to make...
And what is it you...
Wench apa ni?
But of course.
Oh. Oh, udah nggak bisa balik lagi.
That's too much.
As you wish.
I'd like to make...
And what is it you...
Pijet nih.
Get myself fixed up.
But of course.
Fine.
I'm sure you'll be extremely sad. Good luck then.
Adela mana?
Has something happened?
God be with you.
Nothing better than a hot
And there's no one...
That harlot, Adela.
Harlot?
She works as a bathhouse wench.
Ini bad house kan?
There's no
Aku nggak bisa ngomong sama madam ya.
tub of hot water.
Sih. Ini kan bad house. Oh di ujung.
Hey.
Hey. Good evening.
I heard you've been seeing Hinnick the...
So what? Come to
God no, nothing like that. It's just that you're the only one in the village...
Aye, I've seen him often enough. I don't...
When did you last see him?
A few days ago. He came to me late in the
And that was unusual?
I never saw him drink much.
So he was acting strange?
He was strange. I had the feeling...
Can you remember anything he said that evening?
Oh, I'm not sure. He went on about some fellow called Lubosh. Aye, and then he was talking about them.
What did he say about them?
Just that he had a pile of it.
I see.
What could I
Dikasih
say?
tahu lagi.
And if I wanted, I could even take half the money and leave.
Did he tell you...
He said he buried it at his father's small house.
All right. Did he tell you exactly... All right. Did you go there for...
No.
Yes, I... Where can I find?
I haven't seen him in the village for a few days.
Does he do that often?
From time to...
What the hell does he get up? Look, Hinek's...
But I already...
So I suppose he...
Mushrooms?
So Hinek is a poacher? That's...
Well, he was never...
Do you know exactly where he goes?
He said he has some hideout and...
Is it true?
What?
Other whores wouldn't go...
The other bathhouse girls are honest, so I don't know.
So you only felt sorry for him?
Both of us are the black sheep of the village.
There's nothing more between...
No, nothing. Good luck then.
Masih belum dapat repair nih. Ini apa? Ada yang jagain jalan depan.
Going from bad to worse. They don't have a pot of this in. Anything they didn't manage to grab in a hurry stayed in Skalitz. God be with you. Take care now. My respects.
I noticed that...
I notice you're asking questions.
No, I'm head...
From Skalitz. I'm Vatek, from here.
It's just that I sometimes try my hand at archery too.
Try your hand, do you? I know plenty who do. When you can score...
I've got no idea what you're talking...
Never played chumps? And you call yourself an archer? Chumps is a game for real archers.
So what...
I'll tell you. A bunch of logs. At the end of the court, each archer...
Sounds
like
good
fun?
Enggak.
Sounds interesting.
Well, if you ever... Farewell.
Mama. Mana tuh biru? Siapa?
God be with you. God be with you.
I'm looking for your...
I don't know nothing.
Don't you at least know where he usually goes?
Hinek shows up at home once in a blue moon, so
Do you at least know any...
As far as I know...
I heard he sing...
Maybe.
Watch your tongue,
I apologize if I offended you, young man.
And you don't know where he went? What?
Look, it's been clear to me for a long time.
If you value your son's life at all, you better pray I find him, because I'm not the only one looking for him. I know Hinek's no angel, but I just want to ask...
I can't say you put my mind at ease. All right. He was here a few days.
And you don't know where he went?
I've got an idea.
I don't follow.
Hinek makes some money on the side from poaching.
Well, it's not much to go on. Don't you have any clue at all where his hideout...
I really don't know nothing about that.
How's that?
Because every time he brought some hides for tanning and money.
What more do you know?
Nothing.
I know he didn't talk... How much time...
Well, he came and went...
So he probably went...
I reckon.
He had money because he sold...
I suppose.
Do you know who he sold it?
No.
All right.
Go. And if he's really in as much shit as you say...
Mana nih? Malah ngambilin bunga-bunga ini. Zen kah?
Who's there?
Gue perlu spade ya. Buang lagi spade ya. Ini. Dapetin spade dari mana dah? Ada Piggy. Ini blacksmith.
God be with you. May the Lord watch over you.
Berapa tuh total? Ini banyak.
God be with you.
Oh, dia jual spade. Nggak kepake semua. Lama banget. Dapat buff nggak sih kalau buff benches? Ada lagi kan? King. Nggak ada yang bagus nih. Mana tuh mayat? Banyak juga duit. Kirain apa berapa? Bilan sih tapi berat banget mah. Gambeson. Ini lebih berat lagi 13. Kalau masuk
Good day to you.
Can I sleep here?
Certainly. For how long?
Just
Sure.
here you are.
You'll like. Take care now.
I feel quite hungry.
makanan gratis lah. Ini apa? Tadi gue mau ngobrol sama dia. Baptism by.
What else to you, sir?
I want to ask about the...
And ask someone else. You only drive...
Really?
Who are you?
A friend of Hinek's.
I don't know where he is.
I don't give a damn what deals you've been doing to...
What have our deals got to do?
More than you think. It's likely Riki is hiding out at his poaching lair. And believe me...
All right, all right. But give me your word of...
You have my word.
Fine.
I hear Hinek has a hideout in the woods he uses for hunting game. Do you know where it is?
Not exactly. That is...
But...
But I happen to know it's a dark place. A cave or an old...
How do you know that?
Whenever Riki was going poaching, he always came to me first for candles and lamp oil. He brought the game skinned and gutted, so...
How much game did he bring you?
Not much. A few pieces.
And do you know of any mines?
There's a few of them around. There's one on the opposite bank. Then there's a mine gallery to the east of the village. And I heard there's one shaft on the headlands close to the...
Thank you.
You're welcome. Watch you don't break your neck, though. Take care now.
Mana nih? Waduh. Gimana itu kesep? Belum bawa makanan. Kanan ya. Masuk ke dalam hutan kan. Ini baru pagi kan?
Ya. Ya. Ya.
Nggak yakin gua.
Jesus Christ. What am I to do? Not that I can expect any useful advice from you. At least, you've no more cares.
Need someone to talk to?
Fuck! Don't kill me. I can explain. I won't tell anyone. I swear. I've no one to tell anyway. Just please don't kill me.
I'm not planning to kill you.
You're not one of Runt's men?
No.
Huh. Then who are you?
That's not important. The important thing is we have a common foe.
Considering all the enemies I have, the odds of that are pretty high.
I'm talking about the gang that raided the Neuhoff stud farm. I know you were there.
I was, but I've got nothing in common with those bastards.
I'll take your word for it, providing you tell me what you know.
I don't know why you should care. If it keeps my neck out of the noose, I'll spill the beans.
That Neuhoff raid of yours didn't turn out quite as planned, did it?
Depends on whose plan you're talking about. We were up to it to grab some loot and bugger off. Only Runt's cutthroats was there to shed blood.
What do you mean, Runt's cutthroats?
There were two gangs there, mine and Runt's. We was only there to steal, but they wanted to slaughter everyone.
But when you realised what they had in mind, you didn't have to go along with it, did you?
But we didn't know nothing, even though we were going to Neuhoff. They told us to keep watch on the courtyard while they were cutting the horses' throats. Jesus, that fucking vexed me. Their horses was the most valuable thing there. When I spoke up, though, Runt gave me such a bollocking I knew I'd better keep my mouth shut. And when they said we was going to kill anything that moved, then we knew there was no going back.
I don't suppose you know where they got to after the raid?
On the way to Neuhoff, Timmy told me he was at their camp with Pius. I reckon that's where they've gone now.
Did Timmy tell you where the camp is?
Somewhere in the woods. He didn't say nothing more. Thing is, Timmy...
Did you know any of Runt's people?
Not a one. They didn't talk to us at all. None of their faces was familiar either.
That gang of yours, what?
Don't know what you want to know.
I'm sure you did miss
Pius. He was the old.
What about the others?
Timmy's strong as an ox, with a brain to match. You got more.
Where did the rest of your gang end up?
You saw Limpy, right?
Yes, but he's no use to me now. Tell me.
I don't know nothing about Pius. He vanished in the woods, and I haven't seen him since.
Which mill?
The windmill a bit north of...
Who got your two gangs together? You must have made contact somehow, right?
Pius. He comes to us and says he's got this prime job. That was a...
So Pius knew... Tell me exactly how the raid went down.
Well, meanwhile...
What did you find?
Smill. Sir Hanisher. Then it all...
And it wasn't?
No!
What happened then?
I'm gaping at Smill. So, we caught up. Limpy grabs it off him and stands in the end.
What happened after the raid?
We were waiting for that fool, Timmy. Stupid fucking idea. But Pius didn't want to leave him behind.
There was some different...
You could say they started trying to surround...
Runt?
One of the others. Timmy broke free from them and we all took to our...
That's all I need to know.
Well?
Hey, over here! It's up the hill. Shh. Jay.
Banyak lagi.
Jay, shut up. He'll hear you. Oh, shit. Runt's people.
We've got to get out of here.
They're too close. We'll never outrun them. Fuck!
Ditinggalin ko naman.
At least they don't know I'm here. The two of us can take them by surprise.
No fucking way. I'm gone.
Look here. If you run, they'll catch up with you and kill you. And me too. Together, we stand a better chance.
Jesus Christ. All right. I suppose you're right.
What's going on there? Hey,
Yeah,
who's there? What have we got here? Entertainment! Great!
Oh, bisa. Ya salah dong mas, lo jangan di ini gua. Mati gua. Aduh. Larinya tuh susah banget tuh. Kabur dari ininya. Targetnya. Ngelepas targetnya.
Hey, who's there? Hey. Well, I never. The pig turns up willingly for the slaughter.
Jangan kayak gitu, bahaya. Yang kiri nggak kelihatan coy. Harus cabut di kiri nih. Lo jangan nargetin.
No curva. I'm over here. Follow.
Oh, kelihatan. Oh, kelihatan.
Is that the best you can do? Want more?
Ya gue jatuh kemana nih? Mati dia dah.
I'll slaughter you.
Susah banget. Ih. Yang pakai shield susah yang lain. Oh, kan. Lo gimana? Amat duitnya. Dikit-dikit. Lapar gua. Bocil mana nih? Kabut. Lumayan kan tuh. Oh, bisa. Gua kemana, dia kemana ini? Acquired. Yang ada ginian kali. Saya bisa ke
Put that weapon away before someone gets hurt.
Who will get hurt? Mana ini? Ada ini enggak? Oh, ada. Banyak kuburannya apa? Conciliation Cross. Ada lodging. Nggak ada apa-apaan lagi di sana. Mana nih bocor? Oh ini. Apa gua? Mana Timmy?
Good health.
Do you know Tip?
A complete numbskull? Aye, he works. May the Lord watch over you.
Mana lagi Mirko?
I'm looking for a Colossus by the name of Timmy. I heard he
Colossus.
works here.
I don't know anyone.
Oh, kalah gua.
Listen and listen. I'm sure Timmy...
You don't.
No, like I said.
But not here. We'll talk.
Ada beda.
Here I am. So, why all the secrecy?
What do you want from Timmy?
Can you tell me where to find him?
Promise me nothing will happen to him.
Why do you care so much?
He's my brother. He's not very smart, you see, and he's always getting led astray by his no-good friends. And now there's some right peculiar characters looking for him.
Who are they?
I don't know. But they look like cutthroats, and they said some strange things, but I didn't tell them anything.
That's good. But sooner or later they'll find him anyway. Tell me where he is and I'll take care of him.
He's hiding at the Colburn farm, over by Merhoyed.
Dia ada 4 kan. 2 apa 3 ada susah. Salah dikeroyok di sini. Cabut.
I get the feeling you're looking for someone. I'm looking for someone too. A great big ox, but
That's interesting.
well, what are the now? If someone were to tell me,
Salah gua ini. Kalah lah itu 8.
I've no idea where he is.
that wench didn't tell.
might know. I hear he's hot.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know. You'll have.
Sounds like a pile.
All right.
Really?
We're all Christian.
Ha! I'll give you 2 dozen.
Deal. You don't know when to get.
The one who has the upper hand.
True. Only you don't have.
What have we got here?
Gue nggak bisa equip kenapa? Game tuh kayaknya udah darah gue segini. Wah kalah jatuh gue. Wah kenapa ini aja? Cabut coy. Bring it on. Yes, that's all. That's everything I've got. Wah kalah speed bah. Diserang lah. Oh iya dah, masih diuber aja. Darah gue dikit banget. Masih battle. Dia nggak bukan hilang deh. Hilang. Oke. Bleeding ya gua. Bleeding nggak sih? Oh. Oh.
Put that weapon away.
Iya, Pak. Gak mau gue parkir di situ. Kan kemarin ini susah. Gue kira darahnya berkurang ya. Comfortnya lumayan. Gue masih bisa kabur kok. Kira tim itu yang tadi gue jagain. Ini nggak bisa beli rumah apa ya? Gue nungguin sampai pagi. Ya bentar. Aman sih. Maksudnya kok kurang ah? Kurang rush kali. Gue itu tadi rencananya mau ke sini, tapi nggak pernah jadi. Malah masih tetap story. Story udah nggak begitu ngasilin duit sih. Gak ada yang ngasih quest langsung. Chain story. Tapi nggak ada quest giver. Manual lagi nih.
Yeah.
You're not averse to a bit of profit, are you?
Maybe. Buset. Oh, kuda itu bisa.
Hey, Timmy. How are you today?
I'm all right. Have we met?
We have now.
Huh? Oh, shit. What do you want? It wasn't me. I didn't... I mean... Shit.
Lari lagi nih.
I saw what you did at Neuhof.
What are you talking about? You weren't there. I mean...
Don't waste your breath. You were there with Limpy Lubosh and Riki.
What do you want?
Your mate Hinnock told me about a whole camp full of those horse huns.
Yeah, but you might be one of them. Pretending to not be...
Why would I be trying to catch you out? For Christ's sake, man, they crucified Limpy Lubosh in Ujits. What the hell are you trying to pull here?
Shit. I don't know where their camp is.
That's a load of horse shit. Hinnock told me you were there, and that Pius warned you to keep your mouth shut.
Well, once I was there with them, yeah.
Try to...
It was in the woods. A church. There was a church there.
Oh, great. Thanks a lot.
It was straight north from Talmberg. If you go further on past the woodcutters, you come across this abandoned house. You go left there, and you keep...
Better than nothing, I...
But you won't tell nobody about Neuhof, right?
You took part in that massacre.
No.
What do you expect?
Never. You might...
Well, the Lord sees...
Lagi gua. Oh, deket kok ini. Oh, ini Serazek. Deket juga dia.
Yeah.
Coincidence.
There's plenty of coin in it.
Yang tidur
The
lah.
Lord be praised. What?
I have some news.
Good.
The trail leads to Uzhitz.
I see.
I went to Uzhitz, where they told me I could find Lubosh, only someone had murdered him. It seems they're trying to cover their tracks and get...
Indeed. The whole affair's become...
I found out about another one of them, a crony of Limpy Lubosh's. They call him Riki, and he comes...
You're doing a good job, but you need to be careful.
I'm afraid my news isn't good, sir.
I might have
This Riki fellow was hiding out in the woods, and his former accomplices really did want to kill him, because he, Limpy Lubosh and others deserted them in Neuhof. It seems they wanted no part in the killing. Anyway, Riki told me they were hired by a bandit they call Runt. He's the one who stole your sword. Those murdering whoresons weren't after loot. They just wanted to do damage. And the worst thing is, they have an encampment in the area, and they're getting ready to make more trouble.
Sakra.
That's all I found out so far.
All right.
About that encampment, sir.
What is it, lad?
I found out about the camp from another of the bandits who deserted. He's called Timmy. Big fellow, but more brawn than brain. The camp is an abandoned village in the woods to the west of Talmberg.
Good work, lad. Have you been to check it out? Do you know...
I don't know much apart from where it is.
We really need to find out more. Could you go back there and try to discover anything that could help us in the assault? The more we know, the better. And if you could carry out some sabotage while you're in there, it would be invaluable. But don't take any unnecessary risks. I don't want to lose you.
Certainly, sir. That is...
Bisa di skip questnya?
I'll do what I can.
That's what I like to hear. You'll be our
Reputation
eyes
loss.
and ears, lad. Our success will depend on what you find out. Go, and get back here as soon as you can. Meanwhile, I'll muster my men.
I'll find out what...
Good luck to you.
Keren sih kalau ada game main story bisa dijokin sama mercenary gitu. Keren banget. Buat yang males-males. Tapi player kita duitnya harus banyak nih. Ya. Ntar lagi. West kok di atas ya? Kayak ini banget. Ini gue udah habis tuh ke Talmberg.
Ride a horse, idiot.
Maksudnya apa, Pak? Dulu pada itu kalau nge-save kalau habis gue tidur. Wes, thank you. Besok lagi.